The Southfield Board of Education regular board meeting for June 8th, 2021, being called to order at 7:03 p.m. This is a meeting of the Southfield Board of Education in public for the purpose of conducting the school district's business and is not to be considered as a community meeting. There's an opportunity for public participation during the meeting.
This meeting is being recorded.
And comments are limited to 3 minutes per individual. The board will listen to comments but may not respond during the meeting. If you wish to address the board, please raise your hand when the public participation arises on the agenda. Roll call: Charles Hicks, Board President.
Darrell B. Joyce, Vice President.
Ashanti Bland, Board Treasurer.
Good evening, Leslie Lovesmith Thomas, Board Secretary.
Amani Johnson, Board Trustee.
Good evening, Trustee Rice.
Good evening, Yvette Ware Duvall, Board Trustee.
Did we cover everyone, Board President?
Hey, yeah, I was counting. You saw me count. You had my fingers.
I didn't want to leave anyone out.
Okay, go ahead, Dr. Green.
Jennifer Green, Superintendent, accompanied by the members of the Executive District Network team, and we have special guests this evening, Mr. Larry Bukowski from Barton Mallow.
Welcome all. If somebody wouldn't mind just leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance, I just don't want us all doing it because it just never works out well on these virtual. Any volunteers?
Sure, I'll do it again.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Very, very good. So the real truth is I was afraid I was going to mess it up. So, so I appreciate you doing it. Board matters. Very first item that we had was 2021-2022 Student Board Representative selection. Do we have a spokesperson from that subcommittee?
Sure.
Okay.
I was on the call. We had some very awesome candidates. We chose two wonderful young people. One of whom is so wonderful that she's at work right now and couldn't get on the call, but she wanted to be with us. The other is Divinity Davis of Southfield A&T. I don't know if you see her as a panelist, but she did receive the link.
Davis.
There is a call-in user. I'm not sure if the call-in user may be Divinity, but I don't see her name listed.
Well, I can try to unmute them. Or if Divinity Davis is logged on as someone else, if you could raise your hand. So why don't we do this? When we get an opportunity at a future meeting, we'll introduce her and the other young lady and give them an opportunity to speak. Okay.
The other young lady is Damonay Payne, who is a University High School Academy student. So they were both selected. Myself, Trustee Johnson, and Trustee Ware Duvall, along with Dr. Green and Mrs. Norris, were on that call. It was a very good introduction to these two young people. And congratulations to both of them if their parents happen to be on the line.
So for the newer trustees, two of the most fulfilling things you will see as a trustee will be graduation and seeing the product of the district, which are these student board reps, and just hearing their thought processes and what their goals and objectives. I'm sure you all came out saying, all right, the future's going to be okay, because these kids are phenomenal. One of the first student board reps that I came across just recently graduated college and gave the commencement address. And so that was a good representation of the product that, that we put out, because what I always say is that our students are number one, our customer, as well as a product. Whereas most businesses, you're preparing a product for a customer. Well, we produce both. And when we look at these students as they are evolving and growing, it's just you just want to say thank you to the administrators, the teachers, the parents, the lunchroom staff, the bus drivers, because everybody put their hand in uplifting these students and seeing them soar and thrive. So I'm glad you all got a chance to experience that, and I'm sure, and I can't wait to work with those new board reps.
Board President, did you wish to mention that one of the former board reps is now graduating as class president from Southfield A&T, Deasia Wells? She actually served you as a
I forgot about
junior.
that. Yeah.
So if you wanted to acknowledge her this evening.
Yeah, we definitely want to. I mean, that was one thing from COVID that we missed out on, was having that representation on our weekly, or I'm sorry, weekly, our monthly board meetings. So we do want to thank the young lady for all of the work that she's done with us to helping us make sure that we hear and listen to the voice of the student. So she gave us the pulse of how the students felt during everything that we were going through. So it's good to get those constant reminders from them working with us. So thank you again, and good luck to you on your next chapter. I did have a couple of board matters. Number one, vision for the district. Dr. Green and I and Trustee Joyce have had a variety of meetings, or Vice President Joyce, I'm sorry, brother. We had a variety of meetings, and we kind of talked about what's the future look like for Southfield Public Schools. And we talked about what are we missing and what do we want if we had unlimited resources. And one of the things that, well, number one thing is I'm sure many of you all can appreciate today were newer buildings. I mean, because when we look at all the deferred maintenance, with all of the things that we need and don't have, that things that other districts have that we don't, we all kind of land on we need resources to update our infrastructure so that we have a better experience for administrators, teachers, students in the building. We want to make sure that we have innovation and technology. We want to make sure that we don't leave our old buildings behind. The ones that we want to, still maintain, we want to remediate and enhance those buildings. We also want to, you know, understand what assets do we not need from a district's perspective, because in some cases, as we just discussed in the study session, that we have buildings that we're keeping online that we're not utilizing, but you still have to maintain the buildings. You have to have heating and cooling, utilities, maintenance, lawn cutting. So we're looking comprehensively throughout the district on what is it that we need, what is it that we want, so that we can improve the product and give a better customer experience for all of our key stakeholders. So when it comes to making the vision reality, we have to look at, how do we fund this? How do we, make our district more enhanced and innovative so that we can make and produce a better product? So we have had some discussion, but I think now it's time to take steps to drawing out more of here's the roadmap and the timeline for the things that we need to do to enhance the district, and have the community weigh in on how they can help make that vision reality. We have received a couple of offers for various properties, and we're not acting on any at this time, because we as a board need to have some discussion on what is it that we want to do to best understand what's the market value for the properties that are being requested of, and does it align with our overall vision, and do we even want to sell certain property. So I think we have to have some discussions to talk about not just the vision, but overall the properties in the district and what's the pleasure of the community as well as the board on how we proceed moving forward. So I wanted to get some of those discussions out because I believe we need to, as we talked about in a meeting or two previously, is having a committee of the whole meeting where we can spend more time to talk through some of the goals and objectives of the board, because there may be other priorities that we have to also weigh in on that we probably need a little bit more time to make sure that we're all on the same page, walking together, moving forward to address some of those things. So I think we as a board need to make a decision as to when we're going to have our next committee of the whole meeting so that we can talk about these items, talk about some of the things that we've been mentioning about subcommittees. So we need to try to prepare for getting us ready for next year, because we will be back in the buildings and looking forward to getting a head start on making sure that we're all leading the way and getting us the things that we need to make the district run more effective and efficiently. And I know I said a whole lot. Any questions or any other board matters at this time?
I have board matters, Mr. President.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for the conversation regarding infrastructure of our district. I welcome the committee of the whole, and I would also love to see us bring in community members as well into some type of committee of the whole type of structure where we can just get a better conversation going about what we want our infrastructure to look like. As far as my board matters, I wanted to just mention that the Advocacy Institute, and excuse me, I'm a little under the weather, so I'm a little struggle here. Excuse me. The Advocacy Institute has started, and some of the conversations that were kind of kicked off today were around a school of choice through vouchers. I think it's something, especially as we look at funding, as we just concluded our budget meeting, that we really start considering some of that innovation, because at the federal level, they're anticipating, especially coming out of COVID, parents really wanting more options, which will have a huge impact on funding. And so basically, depending on how the conversation and the message comes across and is put out, it could sound and look very different, but it could have a huge impact on public dollars for public education. Also, the appreciation for music education. Again, one of those conversations as you look at the arts impacting programs and funding. So that is a conversation happening at the federal level, as well as teacher shortage across the country, across the state, as well as I was really appreciative to hear there be in this regard for teachers. It seems that more lawmakers at the federal level coming out of this pandemic are understanding and are gaining a greater appreciation for teachers. And so I look forward to continuing these conversations through the Advocacy Institute and MASB to see how those things are going to be leveraged, and how, at the local level will be supported better in appreciating our teachers in a more tangible way. And one thing I did want to highlight, especially as it was already mentioned about teacher shortage, as we are developing I know I've requested this before, as we are developing our retreat agenda, if we could have a comprehensive understanding of what are we doing. It was already mentioned in the budget meeting regarding the structural deficit and the structure of the district, the ratio of teachers, and all of that, the teachers and students in the classroom, and I understand all of that. However, I also understand and I know that teacher shortage is a very real thing. for our state, for our country. And so I do want to see what are we doing to get ahead of it. I sent the trustees an article from the MDE approved the district, the neighboring district, to actually develop their own program where they're developing their staff to obtain certification over a period of time. And so I do encourage you, if you haven't read that article, to do so. It did come from the MDE. This was the first district to have this type of program be approved. And and I'm actually very up close and personal with it. And so I do believe that it is going to work well, and the structure of it as well. Not suggesting that we do the same thing, but certainly that we look to what other districts are doing so that we can start wrapping our minds around what plan do we have. I know I've heard that Oakland Schools is assisting, but I haven't seen anything that I can really wrap my hands and my mind around to say, okay, we're on top of this. So I do want to make that request. And then also, Board President, I did email you asking that you get commitments regarding the Curriculum and Instruction Committee. Were you able to get any commitments from any of the other trustees? If Trustee Rice plans to continue in that capacity? I know she and I were the two board members at the time.
So yeah, that might be my fault, misunderstanding. So the answer is yes. I plan on doing that, but I thought that was going to be an agenda item for the committee of the whole, where we talk about what are the committees that we want to move forward with. I know that there was still the desire for instruction, curriculum, as well as finance, but I thought at that time we would figure out who would want to participate.
So those were three different.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Those are three different approvals.
Okay.
It was stated that the Curriculum and Instruction Committee never ceased. However, due to the pandemic, it took on instruction. The motion was that we continue in the capacity that we basically resume as we were before.
Okay.
With having our committee meetings. My hope was that could start in July, especially since we're not having any meetings, and not necessarily that we have to have any of the administration there, but that the committee members from the board just come together to look at, basically where are we, coming out of the pandemic. We are in a unique space to really recreate things, and we also have to look at how do we resume, how do we pick up where we left off, what do we leave there, and what do we move forward. So I think as board members, we need to sit together and just have a conversation, not put any policies together, but simply understand where we are so that we can then go into and move into deeper conversations with some direction. And like you mentioned, those conversations about the vision of the district, so that there can be some true direction in that area. As far as the Finance Committee, it was also my understanding that was an action item separate and apart, and that was going to continue. I mentioned that that's usually the committee that the treasurer sits on, and then I kind of took my hands off of it. I just wanted to make sure that it was something that was on our, awareness. That is not a committee that I have an interest in participating in. However, I did want it to be an action item that was in the minutes, that we were, again, as we're coming out of kind of, the COVID, we are picking up things in business and handling things accordingly as it needs to be. So
if you don't mind, let me stop you there. So trustees, what's your thoughts? Do we want to have, we do want to have both subcommittees, at least definitely the instructional and curriculum one. My question would be is, who would want to participate on that? The reason why I ask is it something that we serve as a subcommittee continue, or do we treat it as a committee of the whole, and whoever wants to attend can attend, and we just have to publicly announce?
Board President, yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Host, thank you. I couldn't think of the word. Host. Okay, I'm sorry, Trustee Rice.
No, Board President, I guess I'll share how I was leaning from the previous meeting was committee as a whole, where we get a chance to discuss all of those sub matters with the different subjects included for that committee as a whole. I think I had the understanding coming into this meeting, I think I thought that we would have a committee as a whole meeting right before this meeting. So my apologies for misunderstanding that. That's what I walked away with from our last session. But I would still be leaning towards committee as a whole. I would like to have that discussion, I'll call it a holistic discussion, whereas we can look at those things in the same meetings. And as you mentioned, those who want to join that committee as a whole session have the opportunity to do so. I think also weighs in on my decision for leaning that way. I'll share that. And like you said, we can, it can be posted and announced for folks who may want to join that session. So I'll share that. I do have a bit of a board matter as well too, if I could take the time for that as well.
Actually, let me make sure that we get this one. Definitely,
Okay.
I'm going to
Yeah.
call you. So other thoughts on, do we proceed with the committee of the whole, then determine the cadence of subcommittees, or do we want to have the instruction and curriculum one, get scheduled, and who will want to participate? So I guess, what are your thoughts, other trustees? Where are you leaning?
Board President,
Yes, ma'am.
I was under the same understanding. I thought we were getting together as a committee of the whole and then kind of breaking down the pieces together to figure out how we
Okay.
wanted that subcommittee to work. For me, I think that would be the best way to watch those pieces move and make those determinations as a whole. But
Okay.
that was my understanding from the last meeting also. I know that the curriculum and instruction, for sure, we voted on 2 subcommittees, and I thought that we were going to meet as a whole to discuss what that looked like.
That
And
makes
maybe I
sense.
was confused. Okay.
Okay. Any other thoughts?
Board President, I just want to clarify, the motions that I introduced were actually to reactivate. And if Ms. Norris would like to get the minutes, to actually, I guess, quote verbatim. It was my understanding that these were 2 committees that were already established.
Right.
When I
No, they
mentioned
were.
about
They
the
were.
Curriculum and Instruction Committee, Dr. Green then stated that the Curriculum and Instruction Committee never went away, but that it took a different shape in the form of lunch and learns.
So why don't we do this? I
I accepted
remember.
that as a response. However, I know that is still, for me, that's very different. That's a different structure.
Yeah. So
But I know that we were operating under pandemic, and that's fine.
yeah.
Therefore,
I agree. I agree.
motion was still
Go
the
ahead.
same to resume the committee. And that's fine if we're going to do a committee of the whole and talk about each part of the district. I guess my concern is that things don't get lost. Because I think that, especially as it relates to curriculum and instruction, that's the meat and the potatoes of what we do. We're here to educate students. And as we move into a post-pandemic way of doing things, especially as it ties into funding, especially as it ties into enrollment. We really need to have a conversation as a board and look at what is the vision, what are the desires, what have we learned, what works, what doesn't work, what do we want to move forward with, and that way that conversation can shape the vision talks and conversations and retreat conversations with Dr. Green.
Okay. So I serve you all. You all tell me how do we want to proceed? Do we want to go ahead and schedule that meeting at this point, or put out a projected date?
Is that what the committee of the whole? Is
Yes,
that what
sir.
you're talking about?
Yep.
Yeah.
What day do you all propose?
Sometime in July, please.
Okay, July. Do we want first first or second Tuesday? That work?
Second Tuesday, Board President, for me.
All right, so that's July 13th. Let's go at 6 p.m. Is that cool? So in the committee of the whole, we know that we'll have a discussion on subcommittees, but we're going to have a specific discussion on instruction and curriculum, as well as finance, and then how we structure other subcommittees going forward.
Yep. Correct.
Board President, I have a quick question.
Yes, ma'am.
Regarding the committee of the whole, would this just be representation from the board, or do we also need buy-in from the administration and the community? Just trying to get some clarity.
So how the committees were structured for instruction at that time, and so please, Trustee Smith, Thomas, Rice, and Dr. Green, correct me. It was those three were part of that subcommittee prior, as well as the person who held the chief academic officer role. Is that correct, Dr. Green?
That is correct, sir.
So
I heard
Go ahead.
Trustee Smith Thomas mention administration not being present, and that is something that I definitely wanted to lift, because as I shared with you all in email, many of the unaffiliated staff have not been able to take any of their vacation days, so most of them will be taking those throughout the month of July, and I'm not sure who will be available on what specific dates. I don't have that information available in front of me at this time.
Okay. Then Trustee Bland, from the finance, I know you're probably more familiar with that because you've had conversations related to it was the treasurer, the CFO, and Dr. Green who had most of those conversations, and another. I sat on that one as well as Trustee Rice. So it varies. So you see the different lenses. Academics lead was in one, finance lead was in another. So that was the mix of people.
And to Dr. Green's point, I just wanted to be respectful because I didn't know who would be needed in July. I know when we decided we weren't meeting in July, I went with the gusto and got on Delta real quick to figure out what my vacation was going to look like. So I figured other people did the same. I just wanted to be respectful to understand what the expectation was. So thank you for the clarity.
Okay, so let me circle back. Trustee Smith Thomas, did you have other board matters?
No, that's all for now.
Trustee Rice, you have board matters.
Yep, just one. So I do want to thank, I do see on the agenda, we'll be looking at the facility assessment this evening. I think coupled with that, I did receive a copy of the capital projects list. Would like to have that lifted into the conversation, if not tonight. Perhaps that's something that we bring to the committee as a whole discussion. Just want to see, as we continue through the facility assessment review, the existing projects that we have ongoing now, funds that we have remaining as part of capital projects, so that we can look at what's next up on the docket. And this is carrying forward your intro, Board President, on continuing with the excellent school facility experience, which most of us already know. Our research indicates that it helps to bring out a more expected outcome. So that would be my ask.
Got it.
Yep.
Trustees, any other board matters at this time?
Board President, if I may.
Yes, ma'am.
I just wanted to lift two things. I too am attending the Advocacy Institute right now, and I think that there was a really awesome poll that they lifted at the beginning of the program regarding the nation's response to public schools and their support. So I would encourage any member of the community, and especially our board who is not involved in this institute, to take a look at it, because I think that was some very useful information. I also think the legal segment regarding the Supreme Court case with the young lady using Snapchat and freedom of speech and being kicked off of teams, I think that's very relevant right now. And I just wanted to lift those different moving pieces as we go into even more of a technology-based uh, environment, especially with our children. Talking for parents, especially teachers on the line, talking with our kids so they understand the ramifications of using today's technology and how far that can go. So that was all I wanted to lift in this conversation.
Okay, cool. Any other board matters? Hearing none. Report of the superintendent, Dr. Green.
Well, thank you, Board President, and thank you, trustees. Actually, you have hit on many of the items that were to be covered in my board report this evening.
Oh, meeting adjourned.
So, thank you for all of that. It just everyone else the continuity of conversation that we have as it pertains to the district. Trustee Rice, that is why Mr. Bukowski is here as a special guest this evening, per your request regarding the capital projects. I know I've had some conversations with Trustee Johnson and, of course, President and Vice President offline regarding our physical plants and where we're headed and where our investment would be best spent. I also am virtually attending the Advocacy Institute along with several trustees. As you heard, there is a bill that is before us at the federal level, Reopen and Rebuild America's School Act, whereby there is $100 billion being allocated for school districts throughout the U.S. Now, we don't know at this time if that will be a competitive grant, if that is going to be based off of the formula. If it is based off of a formula, will it be based off of the Title I formula? So stay tuned as it pertains to that. There is also an E-rate bill that is at the federal level, which will open July 1st of 2021. So while we've already invested significantly in our technology upgrades throughout the pandemic, we will look to do more upgrades if and when these funds become available. I've had a conversation already today with Mr. Prescott as it pertains to these dollars. So having said that, Mr. Bukowski is here with us. He doesn't need an introduction to many of you, but Mr. Larry Bukowski of Barton Mallow, you may need to give him rights, Board President.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Green, and thanks everyone for your time this evening. I do apologize in advance while we're waiting that it is bath time in the Bukowski house, so if you hear any screaming, that's why. All right, let me can everyone see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Should be a slideshow here. So I just wanted to update everyone on the progress of the current ongoing construction projects we have throughout the district. Dr. Green asked that I put this together.
So, Larry, are you doing a split screen?
No, not intentionally, anyway.
Okay, never mind.
Yeah.
I think we can read it. Go ahead.
Okay. Okay. If anyone has issues, let me know. Seeing it.
No, I think we're okay.
Okay. So just to bring everyone up to speed, if you don't already know.
Yeah, you're going to have to go full screen, man.
Okay, let me.
We can't read that. At least I can't.
I'm sorry. Is that any better?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I apologize. Okay, so to bring everyone up to speed, if you're not already familiar, we have 5 ongoing projects throughout the district, and I'd like to go into more details on those as we go along this evening. But basically, We're doing a mechanical controls upgrade project throughout the district. You probably all remember the fuel tank and access road project, the Bernie mechanical improvement project, the site work improvements, and the wellness room project. So first, the mechanical controls upgrade project. This was the first of the projects that was approved by the district last year. The project is pretty much done. We're just kind of going through owner training at the moment and just working on some punch list items, completing some of those loose ends at the end of the project. Basically, this consisted of upgrading the mechanical controls at 7 buildings throughout the district so that the facilities staff can view the status of the mechanical systems throughout the district on one clean interface. Originally, it was a patchwork of different systems. It'd almost be like using an Apple computer for one building and a Mac for, a PC for another. So this brings it into one system that's a lot easier for your team to diagnose issues. The next one is the fuel tank and access road projects. So this consisted of replacing the old underground tanks with new above ground tanks. Portions of that are complete and ongoing, as we'll discuss here in a moment. The installation of the above ground tank is done. The removal of the existing underground tank will take place once school has ended this year. And the emergency access road is ongoing and scheduled for completion this summer. Just a few photos of that project. That's the new above ground tank. Now, this was finished last fall. We were able to pump the fuel out of the old tank into this tank, and the district is operating out of this tank since last fall. So you were able to save all the fuel you had already purchased. The reason we haven't torn out the old tanks yet is because they're buried right at the entrance of the bus yard. So it's going to create a big hole to take those out, and we needed the school year to be over with and bus activity to stop before we could tear those out.
So this is just more FYI to the community. These even though these items were bundled for discussion, there was no dependency or interdependency on the access road or the fuel tank. It's just this way it's being discussed, because we had some sensitivity related to one of those items. So I just want to make sure that it's clear to the public that they are separate and distinct projects. So
correct.
Okay. Go ahead, sir.
Regarding the access road, it is underway. You can see here how it looks currently. The path has been cut between the egress road and the transportation lot. Next is the Bernie Middle School Mechanical Improvement Project. This work, minor work has taken place, what little we could do during the school year, but by and large, this work will not start until school is out. Basically, the project's been procured, contractors are on board, and they're set to mobilize here in the next couple weeks. Just to kind of run down this project, these are the existing old behemoth steam boilers that you have. That's what's currently heating your building. Those will be decommissioned, and they're being replaced not with boilers, but with a different type of system that will heat and cool the building. Next is the site work improvement project. This is primarily at elementary schools. So we're going to be replacing a lot of parking lot asphalt, some sidewalks, some crack filling and seal coating of the paving, upgrading some of the underground storm sewers and cleaning those systems, and replacement of existing light poles. So that project has also been procured. Contractors are on board, and they will mobilize once the school year is over with. But just to show you a few select images of some of the issues that we're going to be addressing. I don't know if anyone drove by Adler after the rainstorm, but I'm sure it's it's in rare form right now after that storm went through. But those are some of the parking lot issues that we plan on addressing this summer. And finally, this was a recent ad, the wellness room projects. This is at 4 elementary schools as well. And we were asked to do some minor mechanical and electrical work, as well as some light architectural work to construct wellness rooms at a few different buildings. So the design work is completed, and the project will be bid and procured, and we'll work with the district to formulate a schedule on completing this project. So that's really what we have going on this summer. If there's any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Trustees, any questions at this time?
Board President,
Yes, ma'am.
if I may. I know the last time we had the overview of the facility assessment, we walked through priority 1, 2, 3 for each building. And I'd like to know, I know these are existing projects, how does it rank up against the priority cadence that we previously discussed? Let me say that. That's one matter that I have. I'll pause before continuing.
Okay. To answer your first question, these were among the top priority projects. Bernie's mechanical system was in dire need of replacement. The parking lots at the elementaries were in dire need. The mechanical controls, those are probably the top 3 issues that when we did that assessment, that the district notified us that were very top priority. The fuel system was outdated and in need of replacement. So all of these were top priority projects that we're doing currently.
Okay.
So, Trustee Rice, if I can add, the fuel tank project was actually subject to the insurance provider canceling our insurance policy, given that it was outdated. So that was at the top of our list in terms of priorities. And then, as Mr. Bukowski shared, the others fell in line in terms of prioritization as it pertains to the facilities audit that Barton Mallow completed for us.
Okay. I think my follow-up or follow-on would be, do we know where the Lathrop campus falls on the priority list? I asked, I do some walking there sometimes, and I guess I have to believe if some of the other elementary schools, their parking and pavement is on the list, definitely probably the Lathrop campus should probably be high on that priority list from the grounds that I walk frequently. Let me say that. So I'd like to know where that fits on the priority list. I just have to believe that it's close in rank with those lower elementary schools on the list that we have.
So if I could also refresh everyone's memory to the time in which we brought forward the non-voted bond project, because we had a number of projects that needed attention immediately, especially that of Bernie. We were very concerned of going into another winter and having that system shut down and us not being able to heat that building. So when we looked at the amount of non-voted bonds that we were able to qualify for as a district, we did capture all of that money with the intent to pay it back annually based on what we brought in from the sinking fund. So having said that, we looked at the amount that we were the amount that we were able to capture and divided the projects up that way. Trustee Rice, if you would be so kind as to just hold that conversation for a moment, because the Lathrop campus has been a topic of discussion with the administration at Barton Mallow, as the board president alluded to during board matters. We really want to know the direction from the trustees as we move forward, because we've even entertained the possibility of creating an entirely new campus or campuses throughout the district. So we wouldn't want to utilize the district's money for one project if indeed the pleasure of the board is for us to do something on a grander scale. So that's actually the next bullet, which is policy 7300, how we want to move forward with our properties.
I'll hold. Yep.
Yeah, because yeah, I agree with Dr. Green. Many of the things that you're saying were things that we kind of have on a list of things that we've heard from you all over the past couple of years. So I think collectively, the 8 of us, the team of us, need to sit down and kind of go through, here's the vision in more detail, because I think every one of us has a little piece that we want to add, and then I think many of the things that we're all saying are complement and get us to the end state that's in the best interest of the district. But we wanted to share some of those ideas so that we can say, okay, here's all the ideas, and how much is it? And in order to make that vision reality, what do we have to do to promote and is aligned to make it happen?
Through the chair.
Sir.
Yes, I just want to ask Larry one quick question about the HVAC. As you improve the system of the HVAC in the schools, is it going to be set up to where they will be controlled remotely? That'd be remotely controlling of the HVAC systems in the schools?
Not necessarily controlled remotely.
Uh-huh.
There will be a degree of control that the teachers or staff can have, but it's usually set by administration. What range. They can be monitored.
Trustee Joyce, he told me we were going to have an app. He's changing the story now. We were supposed to have an app that we could turn the heat.
Oh, yeah. Preheat the classroom for you. Right? Yeah. But they will be able to be monitored and, I guess, diagnosed remotely. So if there's an issue after hours, you could. That's where the app does come into play. Is you could see that remotely, what's going on, and without having to go investigate.
Okay, that's a great improvement. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Bukowski?
Through the chair.
Yes, ma'am.
I do have a question. I do not recall, or I may have been on the board or not appointed at that time, but Mr. Bukowski, can you give me a little information on how the tank will be taken out of the ground to make sure that our community stays safe with any environmental hazards?
Yes, the district actually employs a third-party environmental consultant, Arch Environmental. They are not employed by Barton Mallow. They're employed directly by the district, and they will be supervising that entire takeout and testing the soils as we go. If any soils are contaminated, those will be removed and disposed of properly and replaced with clean soils. And so yeah, those plans have been in place. Those contractors are in place, and specialists are ready to observe when we start taking those tanks out.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Board President, it's also important to lift right now that we have another construction project occurring in the district. And while it's in the district, it is not under the guise of Barton Mallow or Mr. Bukowski here. That is the school-based health center, which is being funded in large part by Ascension Hospital through grant dollars, whereby our students as well as our community will have access to medical care 7 days per week. Hopefully 7 days. Right now we know 5 guaranteed. Those are the 5 work days. Again, it will have an exterior egress for those community members that have children that are between the ages of, I believe, 6 and 19 to service through Ascension. So some may see those tarps and think that there are roof issues at A&T or other things happening, but that is actually the site in which they are building out the school-based health center.
Through the chair.
Ma'am.
This may have been addressed, but Larry, with the upgrades to Bernie, is there also a projected cost save that we will see by upgrading those systems?
I would anticipate that would be the case. I have personally not run those numbers. I'm not really an expert in that field, but you know, by all means, if that's something the district is interested in running, I can definitely get that information from the engineer.
Got it. Thank you.
And Trustee Bland, we would assume that the devices putting in this year are more energy efficient than those that have been in the building for 30 plus years. But those exact specs, we will get that information and bring it back for you.
The same would be true for the parking lot lighting that we're putting in as well. That's a lot more efficient. You know, the elementary school parking lot lighting, that would be a similar energy saving.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay. Anything else for Mr. Bukowski?
I do ask that he stay on the call for just a little while longer as we have the conversation regarding 7300 and any potential opportunities that the board wishes for us to pursue, because he would be partnering with us in those endeavors. So if you could
Absolutely.
hang out for just a little bit longer.
Absolutely.
Okay. You teed it up.
Thank you. Thank you. Teeing it up and going golfing. Doesn't that sound like a dream? The next item, of course, is that of the disposition of real property. We have been approached by a number of individuals, personal individuals, as well as entities regarding the purchase of our property. While none of our property is listed for sale, there does seem to be a heightened interest in our property most recently, in accordance with Board Policy 7300. The board may consider at several times throughout the year what they wish to do with the surplus property. So wanted to have that conversation. Board President, in board matters, you lifted doing perhaps a committee of the whole, because the conversation may take more time than we have this evening. But I, along with administration, have had several conversations with Mr. Bukowski, and Board President and Vice President went with us to view some of our property to see what could be in the future. So I just wanted clear direction on how we wanted to move. Do we want to get all of the buildings appraised? Do we want to get the buildings that are offline appraised? Do we want to list the buildings? Do we want to continue having Barton Mallow create what could be? What is the pleasure of the board?
So if you don't mind, can I give a little context before we go there? So board, if the reason why I say that, because there's a lot of moving pieces in order for you to act on that comment. That's kind of where I was going with the whole vision, is where are we headed, or where would we like to go? Because to be transparent, the offers that have been presented is for a building that's offline to us and one that's online to us. So in looking at, considering those ask of those individuals or entities, we have to say, okay, so it's kind of like chess moves. You say if we do this move and we say we can get rid of this building offline, that doesn't really impede what we do day to day with our, educating the community. But when we look at a building that is of interest, that is online, so what are we going to do with the folks in that building? And so that's where I kind of go back to the vision. If we were to look at the population of students within the district and in the pockets, and if we're talking about building new buildings, are we consolidating some schools into a bigger, newer facility, or are we still trying to keep the same number of schools operational? I mean, as we've had discussions, we've had some, reductions in student population. So I wouldn't say that we have to keep all buildings online as we have. But we also can say that with the announcement today about expanding and allowing more 4-year-olds access to education, I could say that there's going to be potential growth in our building. So we have to look at it from both perspectives, that we have to have some educated guessing and forecasting on what is the need of the district, not just this year, but the next 10, 20, 30 years. Because most of our buildings were built 50s, 60s, and we're still occupying a majority of them. So I would ask that, we have that committee of the whole meeting and kind of say, do we do a market test or an assessment of multiple properties, knowing that, if I had my 2 cents to weigh in, it may look different than one of your weigh-ins in your 2 cents. But I think if collectively, if we all were to say this is the vision for us and collaboratively work together to figure out this is where we land, then we have to make a decision on which buildings and properties do we want to have assessed for its value to, one, respond to those who've posed inquiry, and also so that we kind of have a better idea today what our value is, because currently we are in the seller's market. So we're looking for you all to kind of think about all those moving pieces to figure out how do we respond back to those who post inquiry, and two, so that we can also get or do the due diligence to understand what the worth is for other properties that we may decide at some point to take offline or sell. And again, I said a lot. Hopefully it made sense.
Through the chair.
Ma'am.
I think it would be wise of the board to look at the worth of each building. Before we would look at our vision or our goal, we need to know what we're working with and then figure out what our end goal is before we even entertain the sale or dispositioning or even taking off any of our properties.
So to your point, and I don't disagree with you. And this is where I'm probably going to lean on Mr. Bukowski. Are we saying look at the worth of the property and the property plus the facility or the building on top? Because there's a couple different layers. Because some people who've posed interest for some of our existing property, they saw the building as it's not a pro, they saw it as a con. Because, for them to buy the land, they're going to say, "Yeah, we don't want that building. We're going to tear it down, and we want the land in the proximity of the building." So I think when we do make those asks, do we want to have it looked at from a couple different lenses? One with I want the land and use of the building, or I want just the land. I have to demolish the building, and Mr. Bukowski, if I'm going down the wrong path, stop me.
No, absolutely. It's something to take into account. How can you maximize your sale of that building? Do you leave it?
Yep.
Do you invest in bringing it down? We can look at it from any different way you see fit.
So to address the where Duvall's point, I think I agree with what you're saying. It's just more of when you all weigh in on it, how do we want to give requirements to give us back the information that we want to use to help make us decisions going forward? Vice President Joyce.
Yes. Larry, were you with us when we were taking a look at Shanos?
I was not. I don't believe I was.
Okay.
I was there at the time.
That's because I know we did an assessment of Shanos, and when we looked at that building, of course, it was offline. When we looked at that building, the cost of bringing it up to code, okay, and outweighed us trying to repair it and then reoccupy. But then at the same time, we looked at the value of that school and that building, and we decided to get the best, and there was an evaluation as far as what was the cost of it and what it was worth, and we decided that we was not going to give it away, but that we was going to seek after the best the market value we can get for it, and that's what we did with Shano. So.
Right. Well, any of you who've been to Home Depot lately know that it's an expensive time to build, and property's probably never been worth more. So those are all things that would have to be considered.
Yes.
Other questions before we proceed with the question posed by Dr. Green?
Through the chair.
Ma'am.
When we talk about online, schools that are currently online, I would just ask that we consider the customer and the community that they serve. Because I think that we've learned from the past that relocating and moving our customers, our students, our community can tend to be tricky.
Yeah. Okay.
So, when we talk about schools that are online, I would just ask that we handle that situation a little bit more delicately and pose questions, not just amongst ourselves, but maybe gauge the customer a little bit more on that side of it. But I do agree with both of you. I think we do need to get a full assessment of all properties and land, since we are making that differentiation.
Okay. Trustees, other thoughts?
Board President,
Yes, sir.
I agree that we should have a full assessment before we make any decisions, but I also think we should consider options that generate long-term revenue for the district rather than selling to a developer or a private owner. There are school districts around the country that have redeveloped old schools and properties into housing or mixed-use properties with community spaces, and this revenue could be reinvested into our classrooms. And I think that district-owned housing would be attractive to our staff, potential new hires, district families, and the community at large. And it's not something that has been done in Michigan before, but I think it's worth exploring before we start selling our assets. We talked about our dreams for the potential new high school campus, and this would be an opportunity, like you said, to reimagine the entire district.
Yep. Totally agree. Any other thoughts? Well, let me ask Dr. Green, you kind of heard from a variety of trustees. Did that kind of answer your question?
It did. However, if we are going to have all 20 of our properties appraised, it would be at the tune of $3,000 each, or the equivalent of $60,000, which is why I wanted to lift it in the conversation today. Is that something that the board wishes to have a motion to authorize the administration to do? Because I would not want to spend that amount of money without it being your request. Or did you just want me to have the ones offline appraised?
So, trustees, I guess my thought would be, I don't know if we want to do it for all schools, because there's certain building or certain properties that I think aren't going to be on the table, possibly. I gotta be cautious how I say this because it might not come off right. When looking at the vision, going forward, we had always talked about certain properties staying with the district, but if anything, we may build, around the existing structures, so we wouldn't entertain selling those buildings. But there's some buildings that we know that are definitely offline. So I would say that the ones that are offline, we definitely want to get appraisals of those. But then there's other buildings that are online that may not align with the future vision. So I'm not saying that we should spend $3,000 for each building when some buildings may not be something that we would entertain as a board to even sell. So why waste the money on those buildings, ma'am?
So to the point that was brought by Trustee Bland and Trustee Johnson, especially Trustee Johnson, I think he and I are in alignment in that I believe this conversation is premature before we have an understanding of what type of programming do we desire. Right. I think if we were to imagine and reimagine the district just as a clean slate, we could start working from a programming, revenue stream, community use, community building, what works for our customer, so on and so forth. Start at that point and then build in the buildings and the properties that we have and the properties that would make sense to utilize in the way that we want to move forward with our programming.
I agree with that approach. Let me see if I can add to that a little bit. So if we were to, I don't see harmful if we were to say our offline buildings, let's get an updated assessment of those because we're not using those for programming yet. But at least get that information, as well as do the building that was posed an inquiry for possible selling. And then we take that information and have it already done. And then after we meet as a whole, committee of the whole, we can determine what our vision and wish lists are. And to the points that you and Trustee Johnson had made, we could say, I mean, we're not making a decision to sell anything at this point. All I'm thinking what Dr. Green is looking for is what's the pleasure of the board to understand what the worth of the buildings that we aren't in property that we aren't utilizing now is. So that's kind of like a building block as we get more and more information. Once we get clarity on our vision, that will help drive additional assessments or no additional assessments. But at least for the buildings that are offline, we'd have that information available to help with our next discussion. So I guess I'm looking to see what are you all's thoughts on that.
I wouldn't be ready to have to spend the money that's required for the assessments
Okay,
at this time
gotcha.
before having a conversation about the vision. I
Okay,
think the conversation needs to happen first before spending the dollars.
okay. What's the consensus? So what's the consensus of the board before we determine if there's a motion that's required?
I agree, because if we decide that we don't want to sell the buildings,
Okay.
like that, if that's not a priority for us, then it would have been wasted dollars to have them assessed.
Okay. Other thoughts?
I concur with both trustees, Johnson and Smith Thomas on that one.
Okay.
So Board President, having heard from the trustees, are we also saying that we are going to reject the offers that are before us, of which I've shared with all of the trustees individually, because they're all time sensitive as it pertains to us taking action? So if we're
Well, let
going
me
to have
ask
a
you this.
conversation about
Do
the
we
vision
have to,
first.
so let me ask you this. Do we have to reject? I'm not for or against either or, but I guess my thought is, do we have to reject it or we just repeat the sentiment that I gave to at least one of the persons who posed inquiry, that we have to do our due diligence as a district on where we go next before we give you a response for or against your proposal? Or
Well, one
is
and
there something that
are time sensitive. They are time bound. So I am seeking your
so
guidance on one of the properties was already assessed because there was an extreme
okay,
interest in that facility by a number of entities. However,
yeah,
there's only one written offer on that property. The others have
okay.
not been assessed. So I'm again seeking clarity on
So what I
direction
heard,
forward.
yeah, so what I heard from the board is that we're not ready to make a determination either way. So I think to your point, rejecting the time sensitive one to give them clarity that we don't have a timeline established on when we'll make a determination. So at this point, we can't give you an answer. So if you choose to rescind your offer, you know, we're here and we'll keep you posted as we get better clarity. But right now, we can't give you a yes or a no.
Understood.
Is that, board? Do you agree with that? That
I agree.
okay?
I agree.
All right. So right now, there's really no action until we have more discussion as a board on next steps related to property of the district. All right, Dr. Green, are we ready for the next one?
I think we are, Mr. Bukowski. Thank you for staying for that conversation. I think you are off the hook.
All right, anytime. Thank you.
The next item is something that I'm sure our community is all anxious to hear. That is our reopening of schools for the 2021-2022 academic school year. We have polled our families, and of those respondents, only 10% are interested in an alternative path, that being virtual or hybrid. 90% of our respondents are requesting that we reopen 5 days per week at full capacity. Therefore, we are moving forward in that direction. We will engage all of our stakeholder groups as we begin to plan out what that will entail. However, our families can rest assured, pending no additional outbreaks or additional pandemics coming our way, we will be fully operational in the fall. Very pleased to say that. Have missed our children and our staff tremendously. We do have full capacity for our summer school, which is an indicator that our families and our children want to be back in school. We have 700 spaces that are fully occupied, and we even have a wait list for our summer programming. So pretty excited about that. Also, there were some things lifted earlier in board matters I wanted to circle back with. The date of July 13th is actually slated for the groundbreaking for Ascension and the school-based health center. So I just wanted the trustees to put that on their calendar. That just surfaced. Thank you, Mr. Beebe, for forwarding me that date. We will keep you posted as that develops. And then also as it pertains to what we are doing as a district for teacher recruitment and retention. As mentioned before, I do sit on a committee at the state level, and we will have some special guests come and speak to us about some of the things that we are exploring moving forward with the teacher recruitment and retention and building our own as we continue that process. Lastly, as it pertains to the educational aspect of the conversation, there are two things that I'd like to lift just for your edification. I've been asked by Commissioner Smith Charles as well as Deb Macon of MASB to speak to the Women Officials Network on this Friday morning to celebrate the successes that we had with the community throughout the pandemic. And I'd also like to acknowledge the nomination having been made by Dr. Wanda Cook Robinson for me to serve on the K-12 Alliance of Michigan. Again, that's a nomination. I will keep you posted as that develops, if and when I may be selected. Again, a service to not only our community, but to the state as a whole, and ensuring that Southfield has a voice at the table. Any questions regarding the reopening as it currently stands? A lot of the details will be developed as we move throughout the summer. Again, we'll have all stakeholder groups involved in the process.
Board President, through the chair.
Yes, ma'am.
First, I would like to say, Dr. Green, congratulations on your nomination.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And also, I know that you will keep our students as well as our parents updated via Zoom and or videos on the Return to Learn plan so that they will have a level of comfort.
Indeed, we're planning several power hours. We are also resuming in August with the Area Council PTA to address any questions that may have been lifted to their attention when we get to that point. I also will be going on with Judge Nance in the near future. We spoke the other day, and she's asked that we come on her radio show so that our greater audience can hear our Return to Learn plan as well. Any other opportunities that may become available, we definitely want to spread the word to our entire community relative to the offerings that we will have this fall.
Through the chair, I have one more question.
Yes, ma'am.
As I was listening to the news, I understand that they will be coming out with a vaccination for younger children, which may be an opportunity again to circle back to our community to make it available as it had been for the 12-year-old and higher.
Cool. Anything else, Dr. Green?
Well, I didn't know if any of the trustees had any additional questions. If not, we will move on to the.
Oh,
okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm glad to hear that our community is feeling safe about and comfortable and excited about returning full capacity. Have we design options for those who are still opting for virtual or hybrid?
We are working on plans. What we have the executive district network team working on those plans. Of course, Mr. Lake was so kind as to join the team this year as our virtual administrator, and we've explored a number of different things to be cost effective. If we don't have enough families wishing to do virtual, we're also looking at perhaps a cooperative model whereby a number of Oakland County school districts come together to create a virtual school, and we all contribute a portion to that virtual platform or hybrid platform. So it is still developing, but we are exploring all options at this time.
Okay, nice. And then as far as it's for summer school, are we still implementing the 6 feet, or are we going down to 3 feet, or are we pretty much, what are we doing with social distancing and masks?
The CDC guidance did ask that school districts follow through with what we use this year at the end of this year for summer school. Unfortunately, there's no clear divide where this year ends and summer school begins for the CDC, because some of our programs that are year round really don't have that stop point. Therefore, we are going to try to social distance as far as possible, or as best as possible, up to 3 feet. You may recall a few meetings back, the CDC guidance did change to say 3 feet. We are also going to request that everyone wear masks while they're indoors until any Health and Human Service orders come down that requiring us to change our protocol. But for now, we will continue with that protocol.
Thank you.
Through the chair,
Yes, sir.
Dr. Green, how are we doing as far as public relations moving forward?
In terms, can you be more specific, sir?
I'm talking about as far as moving forward. I mean, we're getting ready to go into a new school year, and so what are we doing public relations wise?
So you may recall a couple meetings back, I did share with the board that through grants that we had received, we would secure a marketing firm, of which we secured that firm. That firm is meeting with a variety of individuals throughout our district. They will be creating commercials. You may see billboards, you may see buses, you may see banners on Facebook or other social media platforms. They are doing an all-out marketing blast relative public schools. So that will be forthcoming, and I will let you know before it hits the air.
I'm excited already.
I am as well. Another thing that we're doing, Trustee Johnson has volunteered his services to go door to door this summer. I know that Trustee Smith Thomas lifted it before as it pertained to door. Trustee Johnson happens to be doing that for some other projects that he's working on. One of the things that's very important for our community to know and understand is that of the application for free and reduced lunch, or the household survey. Many people think that filling out that is specific to free and reduced lunch, not understanding that free and reduced lunch is one component. That information also qualifies the district for a number of federal grants that are offered nationally, and some of them are competitive, but they all ask the same question, and that is, what percentage of your population completed this document? So we will also have flyers created with a QR code on one side and the why behind it on another side of the flyer, so that our community knows the importance of completing that document, and we're really pushing for 100% compliance. With those dollars, that percentage does not impact the current year. It's always a year behind. So the percentage for this year will impact next school year. And unfortunately, during the pandemic, when the federal government stated that all students would receive free lunch and breakfast and snack, we didn't have a good response for that application, which will reduce our dollars in other areas that come from the federal government. So we are going to have an all-out blitz for that as well.
Okay.
I saw the vice president moving his lips. I wasn't sure if he was finished.
I think he's eating something. I'm jealous
I
too.
wasn't sure.
Okay. The chair will entertain a motion I'm entertain a motion to open and approve the consent agenda with the added corrections.
Board
Board
President, my
President,
apologies,
over
before we
Neola.
move forward.
Oh, I skipped Neola.
It
I'm
was just a
sorry.
quick update.
I
The quick
apologize.
That's okay. The quick update is that, as shared with the trustees before, Mr. Wayne Peters is no longer with us. Ms. Norris and I have meetings scheduled to meet with Mr. Wayne Wright, who is our new contact. We will review all of the policies that were updated throughout the pandemic and have all of those available for the trustees for a first read at the August retreat or the August study session or board meeting, whatever is the pleasure of the board. So that's just a quick update.
Any questions on that, trustees?
No, Board President, I had a question regarding scholarships if we had our numbers.
Oh, well, I could tell you firsthand that that number's not final because my student just got some scholarships this week. So I don't think that they could probably give you a
It's
guesstimation,
evolving.
but those are because of the pandemic. A lot of entities awarding scholarships are providing later notices. So it's like in years past where we have had a better idea of numbers, some of them are just now starting to respond, yay or nay, to applicants getting awards. I know some of the academic and athletic scholarships are already announced, but I don't think we have a good number worth reporting yet. But you can correct me if I'm incorrect, Dr. Green.
No, you're accurate, Board President. The numbers are still coming in. And I did want to make clear also something else. We have a number of offers on the table for a number of students, but the scholarship amount that is actually reported is that of the scholarship in which they accept, because there are sometimes competing offers from different universities. However, we will get all of that information, not only to the trustees, but to our community at large, and we'll announce that at the graduation as well. And Board President, I really don't want to double back to board matters, but per our conversation, we were supposed to discuss graduation and how we were going to greet our students, just as a reminder.
Oh, I had that written down. So yeah, so trustees, in years past, as students are given their diplomas and they would come across the stage, we as trustees would be there to greet them, shake their hand as they return to their seat. As much as I want to do that, I don't want to put anybody at risk or make it awkward. So I wanted to get some direction from you all on how should we proceed as they start making plans for, the day of graduation and how we greet our newly graduated students. So what are
Board
your
President,
thoughts?
I agree, and actually, certainly not to offend, I had already started thinking through for myself in terms of what graduation would look like, even to the point of entering the stage from backstage, rather than walking through the crowd. That is my comfort level. I don't know if any thought has been given to that, but I just think in terms of all the way we gather at the top of the hill and and walk through the crowd. I'm not that comfortable with that.
So, I know several of you have seen graduations at the Aretha. What in years past, what would happen is the graduating class would enter from the top portion of the state of the theater, and then go through the center to their seats, and we would we would lead that effort off with us going on stage, going through the crowd. Um, so we were just talking about logistics and what do we think would be the best way of us moving forward and executing graduation so that Dr. Green and team can plan accordingly.
Through the chair,
Yes, ma'am.
will the students be wearing masks?
Well, current Well, I'll defer, Dr. Green. You've been talking to him more than I.
You were going down the right path. Currently,
Okay.
the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services indicates that if you are outdoors, you are not required to wear a mask if you have been fully vaccinated. The issue with having 2,500 individuals in the theater is that we won't know who is or who is not vaccinated. The only individuals that we have information on are our current students by way of MICR. If the guests are vaccinated, they don't have to wear masks. However, it is an honor system. Therefore, we will not know because we are outdoors.
Yeah, because I
So
would
it's not
say,
required.
so I would go back to my Detroit Tigers thing today. I was given some tickets to go, and as soon as I heard, hey, everything's lifted, everybody can do as we've done in the past, I said, no, I ain't going. That's just me, but we're
So
not
the only
there. We're not there yet with Aretha Franklin Amphitheater.
Correct. And the only thing that I would lift is our seniors have waited all year for this moment. This class has been impacted not only as a senior class, but they were impacted as part of their junior class as well. So they really only had well, 2.75 years of face-to-face interaction with our school district. And this is the last March that they will have with our district. So we discussed that and really considered marching through the audience as we've done in the past to give our seniors that experience. The other modifications that we've made, there will be limited individuals on the stage. We will not have the full band there. So we will be able to spread the chairs out further. We will have those 3 feet apart. We also discussed the staging area in the building located adjacent to the amphitheater. We will not be in there at the same time. We will have a scheduled or staggered schedule going into that facility. And then we will also have tables and chairs outside of that facility for us in between the 2 commencement ceremonies to ensure that we don't have people gathered in a large number inside. That's
So
as far
not
as we've gotten thus far.
so not to have a committee meeting. Did you get that other issue resolved as far as parking?
There is construction happening on the campus, so Mr. Beebe is working on that as he's texting me throughout this meeting. We are hopeful that we will have more than what they told us we would have, but it's also important to note for our community, the parking lot across from the Aretha Franklin Amphitheater has gone up on their rates. That has nothing to do with the school district or the amphitheater. However, we do want our families to know it is $10 versus that of the 5 it has been in the past. And I don't believe they take credit cards or checks. So our families would need to have $10 cash as they park their vehicles there. Mr. Beebe just let me know that he has a meeting with Aretha Franklin tomorrow not Aretha Franklin Amphitheater tomorrow at 11:30. So we will provide updates at that time.
Through the chair,
Sir.
I last Sunday attended a graduation. My grandson graduated from Oak Park. And so the way they had it set up there, and it was on the athletic field. The way they set it up is that the trustees were placed on the stage before the students marched down. And they had them spread it out. And then when they called each one of them up, they only shook the hands, 2 hands. They shook the hand of the person that called the name out and the superintendent. And they walked off the stage.
So, trustees, I'm open to whatever your pleasure is on how we should proceed in celebrating our students. So, whatever we decide, I'm cool with.
Same here.
So we can talk offline on that one. We'll give you some guidance, Dr. Gray.
Thank you very much. Now we can move to action items. My apologies. I just wanted to make sure we addressed our babies.
All right. The chair will entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded to accept the consent agenda. Any questions or corrections? Hearing none. Board Secretary, please call for the vote. Or just put
Trustee
Lauren on the
Rice.
phone.
What'd you say?
Just put
Yes.
Lauren on the phone.
Put Lauren on the phone. Yeah, she's having a good birthday time. Trustee Rice.
Yes.
Trustee Joyce.
Yes.
Trustee Ware Duvall.
Yes.
Trustee Bland.
Yes.
Trustee Johnson.
Yes.
Myself, yes. Trustee Hicks.
Yes.
Unanimous.
Motion carried. The chair will entertain a motion to open and approve report 5983, talent management personnel action report.
So moved.
Support.
It's been properly moved and seconded to open and approve report 5983. Any questions? Hearing none, please call for the vote, Board Secretary.
Trustee Bland.
Yes.
Trustee Ware Duvall.
Yes.
Trustee Joyce.
Yes.
Trustee Rice.
Yes.
Trustee Johnson.
Yes. Yes.
Myself, yes. Trustee Hicks.
Yes.
Unanimous.
Motion carried. So trustees, informational items. As you probably are aware, there's a lot of items here. So just as an FYI, this time of the year, we have a variety of reports that are presented for renewals of various licenses, annual contracts, and such. What I'm going to ask of you is, how you want to proceed with many of these items. And at some point, I think it may be value added to group them and possibly approve them together after you get a better understanding of the items. For example, looking at items A through F, they're all related to renewals of items for the most part. So, I think we should probably go through just to give you an idea of what it is and see if you have any questions on them, of course. But after that dust settles, I would ask that we consider making A through F and a motion and approve, unless you have some concern on any individual one, then we can address those individually. You all cool with that?
Board President, I'm fine with that. I wanted to know about, and I'm trying to turn to it. It's the specific software we use for the early childhood students, so the younger, lower L, and even the preschool students. I saw that up for renewal, and I know that was used particularly as a space for virtual learning, as the companion to the Schoology, or the opposite from the Schoology software. If Dr. Green could speak to how that's going to be utilized, especially going back full capacity. Are we still using that? Is that still required?
I think you're referencing Seesaw.
Yes, Seesaw.
Yes, Seesaw is up for renewal as well. One thing we found is that our teachers very much became comfortable with it. They actually took it to another level, and many of them used Seesaw prior to the pandemic. So we want to afford them that opportunity moving forward. We also recognize that we may have to pivot at any time in the near future if something else comes our way. So we want to keep that available, as well as create a repertoire for our families, for students that may be absent or want to get some advanced information, or reiterate some of the lessons having been taught in the class by our instructors. So we will continue to ask for the renewal of Seesaw, as well as that of Schoology for our upper grades.
Okay, that was going to be my follow-up question regarding Schoology. I like both the systems, by the way, and I think this is one of those, what works well in the pandemic, what can we bring into the new structure? This would be one of those types of things. So thank you for that clarity. That's all I have, Board President.
Okay, thank you. So trustees, how do we want to proceed? Do you want to get um, a narrative for each one of these, or you know,
Chair,
ma'am?
I agree about A through F. Unless anybody else needs additional clarity, I think that that would be a smart way to go as far as, making it a motion to go ahead and approve. Grouping those together just seems like the smart choice.
Does anyone have any question on anything in specifically on either any of those items that we want to get clarified before a motion is introduced?
Board President, I did want to lift that on item 5E, the Illuminate DNA. Oakland Schools has agreed to fund the portion relative to the assessment. This cost is only that of the data bank. So I just wanted to let the trustees know that that has been a significant reduction for our district this year.
Okay. So the chair will entertain a motion to move and approve informational item 5A through F.
So moved.
Support.
It's been properly moved and seconded to approve informational items 5A through F, which are reports 59-84 through 5989. Any questions? Hearing none, please call for the vote.
Trustee Rice,
Yes.
trustee Joyce,
Yes.
trustee Ware Duval,
Yes.
trustee Bland,
Yes.
trustee Johnson,
Yes.
trustee Hicks,
Yes,
myself, yes, unanimous.
motion carried. Informational report 5990, Professional Security Service Contract Award. Dr. Green.
Thank you, Board President. Joining us on this call, I know that Leslie was here earlier. I'm not sure. It's hard to see everyone. I believe she's still here. We put out an RFP for security services. We received 3 bids. Of those 3 bids, we had interviews, of which Vice President Joyce and Treasurer Bland had an opportunity to sit in and observe. We had administrators on the call as well as central office staff. Those bids came in while one was lower than the others. The contractor that we are recommending scored significantly higher in the other areas, especially by that of the building level leaders that participated in the process. Furthermore, one company refused to agree to a performance bond or a performance guarantee, by which that gives the district leverage in the event that they do not perform up to the standard of the district. We would be able to withhold some of their profits. So that person or that company was automatically excluded from the process. Between the other 2, the team did decide that they would recommend DM Burr for approval. Although they are under the same umbrella company as that of DM Burr that does the custodial, they are a separate division and they have separate references as it pertains to their work. So if there are any questions, we would entertain that at the appropriate time. I believe Leslie is in the participants, Board President, if you need to move her up, if you have any questions.
Okay.
And Ms. Venable is here as well, and Mr. Mark Ingram. There are several individuals that were not able to join us tonight. However, I believe we discussed that prior to and addressed the issue.
Her. Hold on.
I already moved her up, Board President.
Oh, I'm up here.
Sorry.
Wait a minute. I don't know how to. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Trustees, any questions on this item?
Through the chair, if I may.
Yes, ma'am.
I would just like to ask the training behind this organization that will make sure and guarantee that our students are safe and will lessen any issues that we'll have physically for our children and also give our parents a level of comfort that they have been trained on how to mitigate any issues that we have in our district.
I'm not sure if the trustees that participated wish to address that, or if you would like administration to address that question, whatever the pleasure.
So I do believe regarding DM Bird, they are trained by the Oakland County Sheriff's Department. Please correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Green. We had a lot of moving parts on that call. But I do believe that they are trained by Oakland County Sheriff's Department. We also talked a little bit about the fact that certain security companies were familiar with our students, our demographic, ensuring that they're comfortable around our children, considering that different schools have different cultures. And so that was another thing that I think was attractive about this specific security company. Dr. Green or Vice President Joyce, if there's anything that I'm missing or if I misspoke on anything, please correct me or add where needed. But hopefully I answered part of your question, Trustee Wirdaball.
You did, and if I could add, they also provide training for CPI training, which is important. Restorative practices we would provide and have a joint partnership with them for that. And then seclusion and restraint, which is extremely important. Many of their leads were trained by that of Oakland County Sheriffs. I'm not sure if they're still doing that for everyone. However, they did participate in a train the train model some years ago when I was first introduced to this company. So that was the reference back to the Oakland County Sheriff's Department.
Thank you both.
And let me share this also, some strong points. They also share with us that they were going to have training quite often, beginning of the school year, and then they're going to have training again in February. And then they had some strong points when it came down to salary. They had some very good salary points there, bringing in 15, and we really insisted on $15 as a starting point. And they assured us of that. $17 for those who are working in high school. And then they also shared with us that they had a sub pool of 20 members. So if someone is absent, they have a strong sub pool that'll take their place, and they're trained in our district as well, so they can integrate when someone is absent. So they had some great points. You know, I gave them the thumbs up myself, even though it didn't count.
It counts today, Vice President.
Thank you.
Any other questions on this item? Okay, this being an informational item, is there any desire to try to move forward on it today?
Is there a reason for not moving forward?
Unless you all had questions.
If it's the pleasure of the board.
Moving forward.
I was just going to add, if it was the pleasure of the board to move forward, that would allow the company ample opportunity to begin hiring those employees and properly training them in preparation for our students returning in the fall. The longer we wait, the longer it would be for them to begin that process. So thank you, Trustee Smith-Thomas, for lifting that.
Chair will entertain a motion to open and approve report 5990.
So moved.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded to open and approve 5990. Any additional questions? Hearing none, please call for the vote.
Trustee Rice?
Yes.
Trustee Joyce,
Yes.
Trustee Ware Duvall,
Yes.
Oh,
Trustee
boy.
Bland.
Lauren? Yes.
Trustee Johnson,
Yes.
myself, yes. Trustee Hicks,
Yes.
and you all heard Lauren.
Yeah.
Okay, motion carried. Report 5991, custodial and general maintenance service bid.
Yes, Board President, similar to that of the custodial bid, the district decided to put out an RFP for the custodial services, particularly around that of the pandemic and keeping our buildings as clean as possible and as safe as possible for our staff and students return. Those bids did come in. That information has been provided to all trustees. The committee did meet and interview all of the companies that qualified. They too have a performance bond that has been submitted, and the committee recommends that the district go with ABM. ABM was a company that was in our district in the past, having taken over GCA. I know there's a lot of acronyms. GCA was the company that the board decided to contract with. ABM bought out GCA. There were some challenges from what we're hearing from the committee. The ABM team did get their business in order toward the latter portion of that school year. However, it was too late at that point. We went out to bid and that contract was taken away for the 2 years. However, they are recommending that we bring them back. And according to those on the panel, they are confident in their abilities to keep the district safe and clean. Many of those members are on the call this evening if you have any additional questions.
Trustees, any questions? Okay, I have a few comments. So one of the things that we lifted in the last meeting was that by Trustee Ware Duvall is that one thing that we don't have is opportunity to get to know each other more, personally and professionally. So what you may not know about me was that I was the purchasing director for Wayne County, where I had $1.5 billion of annual spend under my span of control. So I have a strong procurement, contract management, vendor management background, and I give you all that as a background as to I look at these things a little bit differently from my lens, and there's things that we're going to learn about each other. Like for example, when it comes to education, I lean on Dr. Green, Trustee Smith Thomas, because they're educators. So I lean on the strengths of the team. And when I look through both this as well as the security officer contract award, I looked at it from a different lens. When I first became a trustee, the district had a lot of challenges with transportation and food services. And so I joined those reviews just to make sure that I use my expertise to get us to where we are today. And with transportation, I think we're happy with our current vendor. With food services, that was something that, if you all may not recall, we constantly had people coming to the podium with concerns on food service. I believe we have a strong partner there as well. As we were going through the assessment of the various, custodial, for me, that's real sensitive because, we're in COVID. So you have to make sure that the companies that we are doing business with can make sure that we provide the level of service that we need. And the concern that I had was we did have an arrangement with ABM at one point. I would have expected them to lead off with, this is where we had challenge, this is what we're doing to remediate, and I didn't get that feel. We did just terminate their agreement 2 years ago. So it'd be different if we had, some time, some better understanding of lessons learned and things that we're going to do better, and commitments. Some of the things that I had asked for was what kind of performance guarantees do we have established. I asked, well, what was um, the consensus of the committee and who was a part of that committee. Now, Trustee Joyce and I sat on the panel where we heard all bids, and there were several companies that should be given consideration. But me personally, I still have concern that we did terminate this vendor just 2 years ago, and I still have concern that they can provide the level of service that we need district-wide going forward. So I have concern on awarding ABM another contract when we had recent challenge.
That's valid. Board President, did you happen to sit on the committee or?
So yeah, I was on the committee. I wasn't a person who voted on the committee, and that was actually another concern that I had, was that I didn't see representation from a scoring perspective from administrators, people who actually are responsible or have the responsibility of governing those buildings. And then, so what I did do is, when I looked at the scoring sheet, I looked to see how and the input from those resources, and that I didn't have a warm fuzzy feeling that the selection of the overall organization was the right one. Even after some of the discussion that we had as a group, some of the questions that posed after me validating certain things that were brought up, I had better clarity that some of the other organizations should have probably got stronger consideration. I looked at what companies are currently being serviced by the companies that are front runners, and there were some that had a stronger presence in educational, whereas I believe most of these organizations do have many business lines where they service, and I believe they all do well in various niches. I only care about schools in my assessment, and so that's where my opinion is. I don't agree with the recommendation of the committee.
Who served on the committee from the board?
From the board was Trustee Joyce and myself.
Trustee Joyce, can you share your, Vice President Joyce, can you share your remarks, your assessment?
Yes. Well, the only thing that I considered was the fact that when they had some problems, it was with supervision, and they were very slow at trying to correct that problem a couple of years ago, which is the reason why we looked at someone else to handle that position or to handle that contract. So we know for a fact that they could have done better if they would have taken us serious and corrected their supervision and straightened things out, and they did not do it. Well, now they're telling us that, and they shared with us and gave us an idea that they've learned from that lesson and they have straightened things out. And so, in saying that, I said, okay, well, I'll go with them. And so, actually, to tell you the truth, I gave them a thumbs up because of the fact that they, and that they had learned their lesson and improved in their supervision. Yep.
Did we, through the chair, if I may?
Yes, ma'am.
Were any of their individuals references called or contacted?
Okay.
I'm going to defer to Dr. Green on that one.
Yes, there were several places that Ms. Venable went to and Board President, I did receive your message. I was actually texting with Monica Eason, who was one of the principals that was on that call. So she's going to rejoin because she said she did agree with the recommendation. So I wanted you to hear directly from one of those building level leaders.
Is there a reason why they didn't score?
She was on and off the calls that day, according to Ms.
Okay,
Eason.
stop, Siri. Sorry, Siri was trying to talk.
I was like, I don't know, Siri. She was on and off the calls, which is why she said she didn't score at the final. And to answer the question regarding the references, Ms. Venable did go out and physically visit some of the references from ABM. So Ms. Venable is on the call and can speak to those visits.
Good evening, Board Trustees. I want to add that we actually invited 3 building administrators to be a part of this evaluation committee, but due to other commitments, it was also in the midst of teacher evaluations. They could not consistently be a part of the evaluation process, so they sat in where they could, but at the final end, they weren't able to sit through all the interviews, so they couldn't consistently score the contractors. I did visit and I spoke with references for many of the firms, including ABM. Specifically, I visited Rochester Community School Districts, where ABM has been their custodial firm since 2012. I also met with the account manager for ABM, who just happened to be in the building when I was there. She's been with that firm and with Rochester schools for 8 years. I went to Stony Creek High School. I also spoke with the contract services manager for Woodhaven. ABM also has done a stellar job with management of their facilities. I've left messages for Ann Arbor and Saginaw, and I just didn't receive a call back. But their references were very positive, and they've had long-standing relationships with those school districts.
Through the chair.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'ams.
Go ahead. Trustee Rice, go ahead.
Thank you. So my question is there any information that can be shared that speaks to how ABM may set themselves apart from the other service organizations? Was that shared amongst the committee or?
Board Trustee, I would share that ABM, we did during the interview discuss their past performance within the district. Moving forward, they've noted that the account manager who was brought in during the last leg of the contract would essentially be the account manager moving forward. And she has a strong management experience and ability to manage the team, and very influential. At the impetus of the RFP, we conducted mandatory walkthroughs of all the facilities, and many of the custodial staff that were here greeted her very personable, very warm, indicating that they missed her and her management style. So that was a little comforting just to see those relationships. ABM, I believe in the write-up I included, will offer our district scholarship opportunities for the students, $10,000 to 2 students each year. And essentially, what all the companies will indicate they would do, including ABM, would make those commitments for increased disinfecting and cleaning that's needed because of we're in the midst of a pandemic. I believe this contract will afford them the opportunity efficiencies by use of their own equipment, which is a part of the RFP. Previously, the companies used our equipment, which is aged and sometimes challenging. And so those efficiencies they'd be able to bring to the district in cleaning and disinfecting. Their management protocol and hierarchy is what we essentially dictated in the contract. They would pay their employees the $15 and above, and so that's also another advantage that we didn't have previously in order to retain staff, attract and retain staff to the contract, and compete with other surrounding districts.
So to the point that Ms. Venable made, my concern was that when they were a partner with the district, that they had the ability as leaders to, and they had the oversight to appoint folk sooner than near the end when we were almost at the end of the relationship. So them putting someone in place at that point was a step in the right direction. But my concern is leadership overall from the organization fell short for a good part of the year. So that's where my concern is. What has changed, and will go forward to be changed to make sure that we're a priority. And so my concern is by going back to where we've been, there's no guarantee that we're going to move forward positively, especially now that the bar has been raised due to COVID and the level of cleaning that's required for the district has increased. There were certain things that ABM did or offers that is value added, but there's things that other entities are offering that are even more value added. So my only concern is we understand where we've been, and I don't want to be putting the district at risk, especially now we're talking about going back to school full time, and it's going to require even more levels of cleanliness going forward. So that's just my concern. Again, I'm just 1 of 7.
Well,
I
Board
did ask
President,
Ms. Norris to move up Monica Eason so that you can hear from a building level leader as well. And I do see that Leslie is on the call also.
Okay. I'm sorry,
and
Trustee Smith Thomas, you were saying something?
yes, I was just going to state that I am not ready to vote on this item. I know it's an information item, so I appreciate the conversation that's happening right now. However, I do have hesitation about moving it to an action item.
Okay.
And through the chair, I do have a follow-on question.
Sure.
Do we know or have information around in the contract if we put some parameters in there for if some of our measurements or requirements that we have are not met, what are some of the
Yeah.
precautionary steps
I think you're
that
asking
would
for
be
what
taken?
I had asked for. What performance guarantees do we have in the contract that protect the district for lack of performance?
Mm-hmm.
Through the chair.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. I'm sorry. Yes, Trustee Bland.
There is a performance metrics in the contract that's aligned to the profit of the company. It was a requirement of the RFP.
Did we get those terms? I'm sorry. Did I miss that? Were we sent those terms and conditions?
Yes, Board President. That was included in the Google Drive.
No, that was the proposal that was presented in the Google Drive. Were those I'm talking contract, not.
Oh, the complete
contract
contract has not been drafted.
Well, that's where I'm asking is if we get to that point before we approve, I need to understand, or at least I think we as a board should understand what performance guarantees with that vendors, especially if we've had challenge in the past.
Understood. The only other thing I would like to lift for the trustees is the current contract with the current vendor is tentatively, well, its contract concludes on June 30th of this month. So at the direction of the board, are we asking for an extension? Are we asking for a continuation? I'm just clarifying what direction you wish us to take moving forward if there's some hesitancy regarding the recommendation.
I think we need to address any questions that the board members have to make a decision prior to 6:30. I definitely don't recommend extending the contract because we've already voiced concern with that vendor, which is why we started the RFP. So extending that would be not in the best interest of the district.
Through the chair,
Ma'am.
based on the conversation that we're having right now, what would be the direction if, as Trustee Smith Thomas said earlier, based on the information we're getting, not being ready to make this an action item, what would be the direction that we would seek to go and have the administration do concerning this specific RFP and recommendation? Are we talking about going back to the table with administration? What does that look like for us, just based on the time sensitivity of it all?
So I guess I would defer that to Dr. Green to say, it was brought as an informational item today. Was the intent for us to vote on it today, or are we planning to bring it to vote on the 22nd? So between now and the 22nd, any concerns and or questions related to this get addressed or clarified through administration so that we can then act on it by the 22nd. But I think we are meeting.
That is the,
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
we are. We're meeting on the 22nd as well as on the 29th. We would definitely address any questions and or concerns that the trustees have. I just don't want to get to the 29th and not have someone to come in and clean our buildings with 700 children coming in for summer school. So that's my only concern at this point. So the 22nd would suffice. If we can get all of those questions forwarded to administration, we will address immediately.
Through the chair.
Sir.
Dr. Green, did we get in contact with Leslie or Miss Eason?
They're both on the call, sir.
To get their perspective?
They're both on the call.
Okay.
Good evening, everyone. This is Monica Eason. I just wanted to add my voice to the conversation. My apologies for joining late. I would be happy to be a part of a conversation if more information from my perspective would like to be lifted into the conversation in regards to all of the questions, concerns raised by the team. I was a part of the initial process. And again, as Ms. Venable mentioned, I had to leave at times during the meeting. So specific information, I would love to be a part of the revisit process of a conversation about next steps.
So my question for you, Ms. Eason, will be, were you participatory in the top 3 vendors that were assessed?
Received the information in regards to the top three and was part of the initial conversation in regards to the different companies that were interested. However, during the actual time of the meeting, I was not present at that time, but I was made aware. I followed up with Ms. Venable afterwards, and we discussed specifics as far as what the team recommended.
So
And
that's where I would have concern that if you weren't part of the process, throughout for the top 3, you didn't hear directly or review the proposals during the time the rest of the committee. So from my perspective, again, in my professional perspective, you would be excluded from assessment because you weren't in it from throughout the process. And so I'm sorry, I'm wearing a professional hat when it comes to assessing these to make sure that if somebody were to try to have a bid protest,
right,
that they can't say that we got opinions from someone who was not participatory throughout the process.
Understood.
Ms. Leslie?
Yes.
So from the lens that Leslie's going to speak from, when I looked at the scoring sheet, the scores that she had provided were not for this vendor as her number 1 pick. I mean, she since clarified some additional items, but I'm basing my determination partially based on Leslie's. I'm trusting her opinion from her time in the district, her working hands-on with a variety of these vendors. But she gave me some additional clarity. But Leslie, what are your thoughts?
the clarity was the reason they another vendor was scored a little higher because at the second round when we do it, we have to take into account of pricing, equipment. So when you roll that in, and then I take into account of the overall total price wise, which scores somebody else higher. But I had an opportunity to work with the new management they brought in, which was turning around, I mean, leaps and bounds for where they was at and the direction we wanted to go into. And like Ms. Felicia said, it was strongly when doing the walkthrough, the previous custodians that was there greeted her warmly. They respected her, and she's a no-nonsense person, but she was a fair person. So she understands cleaning. All her background is in educational cleaning. So she knew exactly what we was looking for, what we needed. She also had at that point in time recommend that her assistant managers be replaced to bring up their level of cleanliness. So they was going in the direction that we needed them to go. But at that point in time, we had already decided to put the RFP out.
Gotcha.
Through the chair.
Yes, ma'am.
So, Ms. Leslie, for a point of clarity for me, are you saying that there were two scoring that went on one RFP for this vendor? One was based on price and one was based on quality?
It was, you take the two in conjunction. You look at the quality of the company, you look at their background experience and everything they had, their business and educational. Then we go back, because this is the first time we rolled in equipment costs. We always supplied the equipment and part of supplies. So when you roll that in, all the companies was all over the board with different pricing. So you could be an excellent company coming up to the part that we rolled in equipment costs and supply costs, which now made you, even up to some point, $2 million difference in price. So then at the end, we had to score according to pricing. So when you put those all together, one company may be higher in ability, they had more experience in educational, but then when we look at the total price, they might have been higher in a yearly cost. So from my lens, I look at it two ways. I look at the part of how many actually elementary schools and K-12 school you're in versus office building. I look at that and look at your reference far as what you're doing, how you around in the community. Then I look at your equipment price and then your supply price. So then you roll that together, and that's how we came up with a total package of a yearly price. So one can be higher. One company had a lot of background in K-12. The other ones didn't, but they had a lower price and equipment. So that may make them a lower company yearly wise versus another company a little higher. If that makes sense.
Yep, totally makes
Thank
sense.
you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions, trustees?
Through the chair.
Yes, ma'am.
Will we be in a similar situation as when we decided to take action on security? Will the custodial service need to hire a team to service our district based upon our current contract being over on the 30th? It sounds like we need to have this new contract in place by the 1st. Have we established whether or not they have the staff and team already allotted and acquired to be up and ready, considering we don't make this an action item until the 22nd? Will they be ready to go on the 1st potentially?
I mean, I have an answer, but I'll defer to the team on that one.
Ms. Venable, Ms. Smith, if you would address that.
Sure. The current contract with DM Burr has a clause in its contract with its employees that is non-compete. We'll have to work through that. ABM indicated in plans to hire the existing staff, and that may be a challenge due to the non-compete clauses that have been signed by the individual employees. So are they ready and ramped up to take on the contract effectively July 1st? That's still yet to be determined because of the non-compete clause. In years past, when you've had contractors here previously, the company's been able to assume those employees. Those non-compete clauses did not exist, but it currently exists with the contract of the current custodial firm.
And so that was another item that I had on my list that I had concern on. So it's based on that assumption.
So I just want to make sure that I'm understanding. The next custodial company would hire in, if there was no non-compete, they would hire in the same people that are currently cleaning the buildings, the same individuals.
That's been the
They would have the
previous practice,
opportunity to do that.
and that's been the previous practice of the district, where they changed the main name of the company. We'd hire in probably as many as those resources, but in my opinion, sometimes that carries over the problem.
I was just about to ask that.
Yeah, and that's been the case. But then again, there's been some people who have been stellar, no matter which T-shirt they had on. So there are some people that we were like, hey, we want to keep, employee A and employee W, but you can take B and C out.
But regardless, it sounds like from both standpoints, timing and acquisition will be an issue depending on how we move on this.
Yep. I'm probably being a thorn in the side, but I'm sensitive to this one because we got a lot of complaints on cleanliness of buildings, and so I just don't.
So, Board President, since you said cleanliness,
yeah,
I remember back when we did the RFP on DM Burr, they promised us they were going to bring in new technology and equipment.
Right.
And they said, that's why I'm so disappointed. And they said that some of that equipment, that's why I want to ask Leslie, maybe she know, they was going to bring in what was called a touchless system. I don't know if you remember that, Board President.
Yep.
And at this time and age we are now with the pandemic, that is so key to have a touchless system. That means you're going in and you're sterilizing restrooms with a system that was sterilized without having to put your hands on anything at all unless it's absolutely necessary. I don't think they brought none of that equipment in.
Yeah. So I'm being more vocal because I'm protective, I guess.
Yeah.
And right now, I mean, if it were vendors that we hadn't had experience with, I'd probably be a little bit less apprehensive. But I'm not sold that this vendor is going to do what they promise. And it's ironic because I think on the call, I had mentioned that I was in another state and ABM were cleaning up and they were doing a great job from what I saw, but it was a different industry also. All I can base my opinion is on the service that we were already delivered. So the only thing that I'm looking for would be, or what are the guarantees that the pain points that we had are resolved, and it wasn't just and within our building levels. I believe it was a management issue personally. So because as a manager, you would have remediated those issues sooner than they were.
Okay. Yeah.
So that's where my concern is. if this were 10 years ago, I would say, okay, if 10 years they've come along. It's been 2 years. So that's just where my apprehension is.
Through the chair.
Yes, ma'am.
In lieu of time, as we've got quite a few people on our call, and in lieu of time against the constraint that we have, it might be in our best interest if we understand our direction with this RFP and move this particular piece to whether we table it and or what our next steps are.
Okay. What's the you all agree? What's the consensus?
My thought is
Well,
to keep it as an information item.
okay. Next item.
My apologies, Board President. The next item is that of the RFP for video productions. We are recommending that we remain with M1 Studios. This recommendation or this RFP was due solely based on our due diligence in seeking current proposals because they've been our vendor for some time. However, we are still recommending that we remain with M1 Studios. We have not had any issues with M1 Studios. This was just a matter of seeing what other bids existed at this time.
Trustees, any questions on Report 5992? Anything that do we have to act on this one at all, Dr. Green? Is there any timings or can it be done next meeting?
Timing is not as critical. However, if we're looking to get those videos done for our mass marketing, we may want to move on it. It's at the pleasure of the board.
Let me ask this question. Are there other items below that we should act on? 'Cause I would say no, it's a yeah. So let's just kind of do what we did A through F. Trustees, as you look through these items below, are there items that we want to lift and have discussion and or question on? If not, then I would entertain a motion to make them actionable for 92 through no, I can't do there.
99.
99, yeah. Yep, through 99.
Through the chair.
Ma'am.
The only one I would ask that Dr. Green expound a little bit on is Report 5993, since it is regarding the indoor air quality. And I know that's been an issue in so many of our buildings, and we have staff online, and I think we owe it to them for them to hear what our plan is and what we're doing with these ESSER funds to help our buildings out.
Good point. Dr. Green?
Yes, in regard to 5993, we are proposing if and when we do receive those ESSER dollars that we work on systems for the indoor air quality at all 4 of the elementary buildings. The reason we selected the elementary buildings first has to do with the fact that the vaccine, as listed earlier, has not been approved for those young people under the age of 12. Therefore, our youngest and most vulnerable population would not have that advantage returning to our physical plant in the fall. It's approximately $35,000 per classroom to upgrade the complete system, and that is an investment that would be a one-time investment afforded to us by federal grant dollars. Usually federal grant dollars will not allow us to utilize those funds for infrastructure. So we wanted to take advantage of that opportunity at this time, if and when those funds are available. Again, if those funds do not come to us for some reason, this would not move forward under this umbrella. We would bring it back to the trustees at a later date.
Trustees, any questions on that item? Hearing none. Is there inquiry on 5994? Okay. For 5995, that's our renewal on our agreement with MASB, where we get our professional development and supports from. 5996. This, Dr. Green, this is just our annual schedule of when we meet as a board, right?
Correct. That would be the annual regular meeting dates, not any special meetings, just regular.
5997, that's our renewal of our membership to the Michigan High School Athletic Association. Not 5998. So in 99, these are where we identify key resources who serve the district in a variety of critical capacities. You know, whose banks, whose names are on bank deposits, etc. Any questions on those items? Okay, hearing none, the chair will entertain a motion to open and approve reports 5992 through 5999.
So moved.
Support.
It's been properly moved and seconded to approve reports 5992 through 99. Any additional questions? Hearing none, please call.
I just want to make sure we're clear on our meetings because this comes up every year. Are we including July and choosing to cancel if we opt out of meeting?
That is currently, well, actually, we only, when we list the regular meetings, we only take it through June. The July and August meetings are not included in that original adoption. That is in accordance with our bylaws. We always add those meetings, but the original adoption just goes from September through June for the regular board meetings under this clause.
And that is compliant and alignment and in alignment with our policy. September through
Yes,
June.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Our bylaw actually says that we will meet once per month.
Right.
It has been the practice of the district and is compliant with MASB to adopt only those that are under the umbrella of September through June. We always did the additional months, but this adoption is only September through June.
Okay. So I guess that's where I'm wondering if we can just make that more clear and then always have the option of July off, knowing that August usually involves some type of coming back, opening day and that type of thing.
If it's the pleasure of the board, we could revisit that when Mr. Wayne Wright comes in from Neola to discuss how to amend the bylaws to address your concern or your lift relative to July.
Okay. I just want to make sure we're not always coming to this point as we have been for the past like 7 years. That's all.
Agreed.
I'm sorry, so does any action have to be taken on that report, or are we good with proceeding with the motion on the floor?
Oh, I'm fine with it.
Okay.
What I would like, as was mentioned, once we get some more clarity from Neola, we can always, at some point during the upcoming year, amend as needed. But just to know that we're going to address it so that we kind of, put it to bed and we know what we're doing moving forward. But I'm fine
with to the list
as they are. Okay. Yep. So I'm fine with the 92 through 99 as they are.
Okay. Please call for the vote, Board Secretary.
Trustee Rice.
Yes.
Trustee Joyce.
Yes.
Trustee Weir-Duval.
Yes.
Trustee Bland.
Yes.
Trustee Johnson.
Yes.
Myself, yes. Trustee Hicks.
Yes.
Unanimous.
Motion carried. Report 59101, Southfield Regional Academic Campus.
Thank you, Board President. As shared in previous meetings, we've had a number of conversations regarding cost efficiency throughout our district and bringing forward different proposals, everything from regionalized transportation to the reduction of buildings, as we just discussed, and the relocation of programs. This was a committee formed to discuss the possible relocation of Southfield Regional Academic Campus. As I shared, it was led by Mr. Dwayne Eason, had a variety of other members on the committee, including counselors, teaching staffs from both buildings, as well as a parent. One of the questions that a trustee asked if we had any students on the committee, the response to that is no. Mr. Eason had some concerns relative to their understanding of a relocation of a program versus that of them perceiving it to be closed, because that is not what we are recommending. We are recommending a relocation. There were several options provided for the trustees, and at this time, we wanted you to voice your pleasure as it pertains to the options. Option 1 would be to stay as is, which would be zero savings to the district. That's option 0, because that's to stay as is, that's a zero sum. Option 1 would be a savings of $2.1 million. Option 2 would be a savings of $1.3 million annually, and option 3 would be the potential savings of $1 million annually.
That's great. I'm sorry. Can you just clarify? Who were the stakeholders? Were parents involved in that?
Mr.
You
Eason
mentioned
did have a
students.
parent, I believe. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Trustees, any questions for Dr. Green or administration?
Yes, Board President, I'm pulling the report back up to review each option.
So the only Board President.
Yes, go. Yes, sir.
The only differences between options 1 and 3 are that it's run out of a separate wing of the building.
If I may, Board President,
yes.
Option 1 would be to have the program only in the evening hours at Southfield A&T. Option 2 would be to have the program located in a separate wing at A&T only during the school hours. Option 3.
I'm sorry.
And I was just going to share that option 3, because that was one that Trustee Johnson lifted, would be to have both a day program and evening options available located at Southfield A&T.
Okay.
So I'm trying to be politically correct on how I asked this question. So there was a reason why we had students for credit recovery over at SRAC in a different building, and there's other issues that came with that. So putting them into the building during the same time frame as the general students within daily, as A&T, what are we doing potentially to mitigate risk during the daytime? I'm trying to skirt around an issue here. I don't know if I'm doing a good job. Really.
I understand your question. If the program was truly designed, and I'll take a step back to go forward, if the program was truly designed for that of credit recovery only, then credit recovery students don't necessarily come with the other issues that we're addressing.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. But if the design of the program was for something other than, or morphed into something other than that of true credit recovery, then we need to revisit this conversation, because that is not how it's identified in the EEM with the Michigan Department of Education. And if indeed we are going to look at it under a different umbrella, then we need to go back to the drawing board relative to this entire design.
So, I mean, I think some of the options are viable. I'm just concerned about option 2 as it's written, based on my concerns on the other issues for having SRAC being segregated. That's,
Understood.
Trustees, you following where I'm going with that? Or
Yes,
do I need to be clear?
Board President.
Yes.
And as I'm reviewing and as I'm understanding, I hear exactly what Dr. Green is saying because I'm reflecting on the way that SREC has morphed over time, at least the time I've been on the board. Yeah. So in terms of what's in front of us, my option would be option one, with keeping in alignment to the true nature of what I believe and was always told the purpose of the program was supposed to be. If we are looking at starting a school, so I want to make sure that the emphasis is on program versus school, then that's a different conversation to have. However, with what's before us for the program, my option is number one.
Dr. Green, in option 3, can you explain what the evening program, what is that?
The evening program would afford students an opportunity to take classes that are unable to do so during the day programming, and or provide students an opportunity that are significantly credit deficient to take both day classes and evening classes in an effort to get them back on course with their colleagues or with their peers to graduate on time. So that would provide multiple options for our students. We have some students that work during the day. We have some students that are caregivers for both their parents, grandparents, and or their younger siblings. So that option would be the option to afford our students the maximum number of credits possible. It would also provide for trimesters, which gives students additional time to make up credit as well.
Any idea what that population will look like of people who may potentially take that as an option? Because I'm trying to weigh in about $1 million of savings for a program that may not generate the value add.
We serve less than 200 students in the program present day. You may recall we had a conversation several months ago regarding the closure of the 7-8 program, given that MDE would not allow us to keep it open with 0 students enrolled. Of course, that was due strictly to that of the pandemic, and I believe Trustee Rice lifted, if we wanted to revisit that in the future, that we would. However, it is not open at this time due to the low enrollment.
Okay. Trustees, any other questions for Dr. Green?
The chair.
Yes, ma'am.
Do most of the students attending SRAC right now depend solely on their own transportation? Is that what I'm understanding? Do they depend on bus transportation at all?
Many of the students do depend on bus transportation, and they would be afforded the option if indeed we move this program to Southfield A&T. They would not be excluded from transportation. It is all in accordance with our bylaws, which I believe state they have to live 1.5 miles from the school district before they qualify for transportation. So they would still be afforded that opportunity. I just want to make clear for our audience that the students that we're referencing are not students that were rejected from any building. They were students that, due to their own personal life circumstances, fell significantly behind, or slightly behind, or significantly behind in their credits to keep them on track with their peers. These are students that require additional social emotional support. And to be quite honest, when we return, I think all of our students are going to require significant social emotional support. So if there's ever a time in which we consider bringing the program back to another facility, I would suggest that this be the time that we consider this option, because we will all need that additional support.
So, Dr. Green, question. Option 2 and option 3 have 2 additional gen ed and 2 special ed teachers, whereas option 1 does not have those. Is that is that accurate?
Those are
Wouldn't the same need
projections.
be wouldn't the same need be
Those,
needed no matter what option?
so those are projections, and the difference would between 1 and 2 and 3 is primarily that of we would only need so many full-time teachers assigned to 1 because we would afford other teachers an option that are currently in our district, an option to pick up additional classes for their hourly rate. So they may work in the district at any of our buildings throughout the day for a 1.0 FTE, but they would be able to earn additional dollars by working with our students in the evening. But we'd only need that amount of full-time staff.
So when we talk about closing SRAC, are all of these factoring in maintaining the building and using utilities to a certain level because we have no plan at this point to do anything with the building?
Maintaining the utilities the least amount as possible to ensure that we have no mechanical issues. So yes, to your point, with heating and not necessarily with cooling, but definitely with heating and water.
So the projections that we show here factor in those in these estimates.
Correct.
Okay.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Do we have a school code for SRAC?
They do not have a separate, that's what I was referencing regarding the EEM. If you think about graduation, that's why all of the children earn a diploma from Southfield A&T. They're technically under that umbrella. And according to the Michigan Department of Education, Southfield Regional is a program, not a separate school. That's why I wanted to lift it in the conversation. So you brought up a very good point earlier regarding the difference between a school and a program.
So I think, yeah. So I think that's a conversation to have in terms of when we spoke about the vision, because I think there's a need. So, and now I feel like I'm skating around my words like board president. There is there is a need for what SREC has morphed into. However, there is also a need to align the programming to the status registered with the state. There's also a need for cost saving. So there's multiple buckets. You're right, when we return, all of the students will need significant social emotional support. My concern is having just one comprehensive high school. And we know the nature that has existed when it comes to, you know, sometimes the students and having conflict and for their benefit and for the benefit of the school culture needing to have a separation of some kind. That's what SREC has turned into. I don't know, because I wasn't around when SREC first came about, if that was what it was intended for. But in terms of making sure we are staying compliant and that we're looking at all of the needs as it relates to the district, that's where I'm pulling from, and that's the lens I'm looking at in a very narrow scope as it relates to this option. But I think that if we're going to have additional options, and particularly for trustees who may not have been privy to, you know, different types of, usually SREC comes about with like student hearings and those types of things. Really being able to fully understand and get a full picture of the significance for SREC, especially only having one comprehensive high school in the district. So yeah, I think there's multiple components to this that make selecting one option without a plan for how to handle the other factors makes that a challenge.
So, Dr. Green, for me, I just want to make sure that we keep, the students whole and giving them the resources they need to thrive. But I'm also remember when we were told to imagine something and some of those things didn't materialize. So what I don't want to have happen is that we don't have the controls in place to say, okay, here's the qualitative benefit, which is number one, making sure that the students are kept whole and they move forward. But number two, this quantitative measure says that we're going to save 2 million plus if we go with an option, or 1 million plus if we do another option. We will want to make sure that we have benchmarks throughout the year, or checkpoints, that we can see that we're measuring and reaching those goals. Because I would hate for us to, what had happened before was things just didn't happen as initially planned.
Understood. There are two more data points that I wanted to lift that were just forwarded to me. I knew that we had them, but the team just shared the rollover projections for Southfield Regional as they currently stand regarding the pupil enrollment is that of 82 students. So when I said less than 200, that's what we currently service, but their projected rollover is now that of 82. The other thing, to Trustee Smith Thomas's point, the program has already been identified by the Michigan Department of Education for one of those schools needing additional comprehensive supports. So the morphing of the program over time and the less clarification that all of us had in regard to what was the original intent and what has truly become has caused the, to your point, Board President, some of the measures that the Michigan Department of Education look at, we've fallen short in that regard for this particular program as it pertains to the academic performance. So, and this is not new. I'm just bringing it to the table to share with you. This has been ongoing.
So Dr. Green, what I just did, and don't laugh at me, but I took the 2 million in savings, and I know this isn't the total cost of operating that building, but I priced it out per student, right? I'm not saying that's the right way of doing this, but have we ever done an assessment to say this is how much it costs for a student to be educated annually within a district?
We do have those numbers. IDEX, through our IDEX platform, we were able to do that analysis.
And so then I will look at, okay, this building alone, where would we fall if we say we had 82 students in a building that takes $2 million plus to maintain, with salaries, benefits, building costs, electricity, because I'm sure the price per student is many times more in that building versus one of the other buildings. So I don't know if I'm going down the wrong path by asking that, but I'm just curious to know how does this building align with other buildings? Because where that may be helpful in the future when we start talking about what's our vision going forward, does it make sense to have multiple K through 8s or other schools? Because that's going to help drive, I think, some of the decisions by looking at, how much is the cost of transport students? How much does it cost? I think all those factors have to be assessed in order to help us drive decisions on where we go as a district going forward.
And that's one of the conversations, one of the many conversations we plan to have over the next coming days leading up to the 29th, when we ask for the budget adoption, looking at all of the options. What would it cost if we were to go to regional transportation? What would it cost if we were only to do transportation for K-8? What would it cost if we didn't do transportation at all for gen ed students and only provided it for ISSN students? We want to bring all those informational items to you in small work groups so that we have a very informed budget proposal moving into the next school year.
Makes sense. Sorry, trustees, do you have any other questions on this item?
Is this an item that we need to make a decision on? I understand, the first thing that we need to take a look at with the 82 I'm sorry, Board President, if I may.
Oh no, go ahead. You cool. I mean, thanks.
One thing that we always have to take a look at, of course, we are in the business to educating children, but we're also in the business of saving lives. And if we touch these 82 students in a way that we make them whole, socially, emotionally, as well as educationally, I think it's imperative that we look at how we can keep the program intact. In conversation with administrators, I hear that this is a wonderful program and it has saved lives, which is what we're here to do. Dr. Green, do we need to make this an action item, as I understand that moving forward, and we only have 65 days before the next school year begins, that we're informing the students and parents in our community of what our next steps are?
Good point.
Everything that we do has a domino effect, particularly around staffing in this time of year. We have had a number of staff submit for retirement. And one of the conversations I had earlier today with an administrator, the administrator shared with me, everyone is considering retirement after this pandemic. It has really been a trying time for all of our educators. I shared with that administrator, there's a difference between considering retirement and being eligible for retirement, because some of us started considering retirement right after we started in the profession. So it's a big difference. But one thing I've learned throughout my individual conversations is we have a lot of individuals that are eligible for retirement. So as we look at the loss of talent that we will experience this year, making such decisions will help us in how staff moves about the district. They may be interested in taking positions in our other buildings versus waiting on a response from the trustees or for administration. So everything has a domino effect, unfortunately, in education. Nothing is in isolation.
Any other questions, trustees? And good point, Trustee Duval. Do we need to act on this at this point, Dr. Green? Because is that going to help drive your decision making for this is a predecessor to the budget.
Many other things.
Right.
To the budget, to staffing, to any administrative moves that may potentially result from this. There are a lot of decisions contingent upon this recommendation.
So trustees, are you ready to make that determination, or do you need more clarity or questions or time to think about this before we act? Because we could call a special meeting, or if you need time to think.
Yeah, I would want to know those other factors. How will those other factors be addressed in consideration with each option? So understanding, to the point that was made, of what the program has morphed into, how are those other factors going to be met with each option?
Trustee Smith-Thomas, one thing we would do if the board decides that they want to move in a direction is to create a program specific to the request of the trustees. There's not a blanket answer for all three of the options. It would be customized, and we would have that work group to continue the work of how we would address all of those concerns lifted by the trustees, lifted by staff, lifted by the students, because we definitely want to have their voice at the table as we build a new program, because I'm sure they're able to tell us what went well with the current program and then what things they would like to see improved as we move forward. So it would be custom to the needs of our students at that time. Right now, we are providing, as our board president mentioned, the quantitative information, and then we will create the additional qualitative as we build out the program.
So Dr. Green, I'm not sure. I'm not trying to prolong this. I'm willing to have a study session as quick as the other trustees want to have one for this item. But for me, I would feel more comfortable if we had more of a representation of, here are the parents that are being served from that building, and hear from with them about the options that we're leaning toward, right? So so we make sure that they have clarity that we're still trying to take care of your child, but this is how we're going to handle it differently. Right now, I don't think we have a good sampling of what's the impact. So it kind of goes back to what Trustee Bland had said earlier on. We have to be sensitive to the customers that we serve, and that includes the parents, right? So, I mean, they may say, cool, go with option one, right? But I just want to make sure that we're not just making a decision without seeking input from the community that's being served.
Understood. One
If
thing
you all did that already, just let us know and we cool. But
I know that there were parents involved in the process. I can't state how many and or call them by name, nor would I call them by name, but I will lift this. The whole objective behind a credit recovery program is to really work its way out of business, if that is the true intent of a program. If we did a better job in identifying students that are falling behind with a multi-tiered system of support, we would be able to provide the students with the necessary supports and supplemental instruction prior to them falling behind with credit
I was
hours.
like, I didn't even know
So,
he beat on himself. Well, because
okay,
he said that at the beginning of class, you said go to the bathroom now
someone
because
needs
what's
to
up
be
with you,
muted.
Sierra?
Muted,
It's not like
muted,
he
muted.
asked and I even told him no. He knew.
I think that's Dr. Smith. Yeah.
Please. Thank you. So I'm not sure if that entire statement was heard by the trustees, but ultimately improving our practices at every level would prevent the need of a full credit recovery program and or school. No student having been in our district from Bussy all the way through high school should be credit deficient in a manner that would require true separation from their peers if addressed at intervals along the way.
So, Dr. Green, help me. What would be like a drop dead date for us to give you a decision in enough time for the budget to be updated accordingly based on that decision? So, like, because I'm looking at the calendar and I'm saying we have our next meeting on the 22nd, right? To review the budget. I guess, trustees, what I'm looking for would be, of course, they could probably make 3 flavors of the budget. I think we've done that before when we had a key decision. Putting each one of these items in as an option, and if we make a determination on one, then the other 2 budgets kind of go away based on that. So I guess what I'm doing is I'm looking for what's the recommendation of the board in order for you to get your questions answered to a point where we can then make a decision so that the budget can be updated accordingly. I mean, do we want to flag next Tuesday as a date that we have a touch point and study session just on this item to make a determination, or do we want to wait till the 22nd and we make that determination as we review the budgets? I just want to give administration enough time to update budgets accordingly, because that's a challenging job.
President,
Yes, ma'am.
what are we asking to have before this proposed study session? Are we asking for feedback from parents, feedback from students? What is it that the board is requesting in order to make this?
Well, I think it's individual. We all may have different things, right? I mean, like I said, for me, it's more, I don't want to have an issue where we've closed the building and we haven't gotten a good representation of feedback, or at least offered the opportunity for that population to voice their thoughts. You know, so I guess what I'm envisioning is what is that thing called? Power hour, where people can be invited to, so that we can discuss these 3 options, and you've been given an opportunity to voice your pleasure, and if there's no participation, then we have to make as a board the decision based on what's in the best interest of the district. But I just don't want to have an issue where we've made a decision and someone says, well, we weren't even consulted.
And my next question is, Dr. Green, is that something that you can pull together in a reasonable amount of time? Because I do think there probably is some value in that I think the power hours are usually very revealing, that shows what's on the mind of the community, and especially this community of people. Is that something that we can do before we have a study session, or would this be that the 22nd, the meeting that we will have on the 22nd? What's the
I mean, because here's another thing to throw out there. One of the options was to have it during the day.
Mhm.
Other parents may have some concerns about that. So I don't want that to be an issue either. I mean, two of the options don't impact the general body of the comprehensive school.
Two of the
One,
options do. One option does not.
right. So I said it backwards. Yes.
Mhm. The only,
So I just don't go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was going to say the only thing, there's a lot of staffing contingent upon this proposal, and next week is all of our senior activities. So I'm not sure what the participation would look like throughout next week.
Okay. So with that being said, me personally, I wouldn't even entertain one of the options because we don't have enough timing to it could potentially drive more problem than solve problem. And if you want clarity on that option, the option of having all this happen during the day would be a concern. Does that make sense?
I agree.
Okay.
So
Option
here's the
one looks right now best to me. If I'm just looking at this without us having any conversation with anyone in the community, option one seems like the most viable option, in my opinion, at this moment. So I will throw that out there.
And I agree with that as well.
I also agree with that.
also, I want to add to this conversation. That's why this is such a sensitive conversation, right? And it was already mentioned, the domino effect. One of the benefits that I've had being on the board, being able to grow on the board, has been my oldest daughter. So every phase that she has, matriculated through the district has allowed me to expand in my realm of the different conversations and what's on the minds of parents. And I'm just going to say this, and I've been thinking of, how to even say this, but I think it's necessary to say. And it's a question, not necessarily for conversation, but for consideration and reflection for each of us. Perception is reality. And are we becoming a K through or pre-K through 8, grade 8 district? And that's a painful thought and question to consider. However, it's a reality for many families. My daughter is going to 8th grade, and so I'm hearing the conversations of parents in terms of planning for high school. And so, university remains an option, and in some cases, it is not. And so I believe when we have conversations like this, where we have decisions like this, we have to consider the full spectrum of the domino effect, because perception is reality. And we're making decisions based on money, which is important, very valid. But we're not looking at the programming, and we're not looking at the impact, and we're not looking at where we are currently. It's great that we have the marketing blast that is planned and scheduled to take place, but that's not going to change the perception that's already been embedded in the minds of many of our families who strongly believe in the foundation their students are getting when it comes to pre-K through 8 here in Southfield. And so that is very concerning to me, because as I said, this is where I am right now. This is the space I'm living in. This is the conversations that I'm hearing. on a regular basis. And so it's opening my eyes in terms of the lens I am looking at decisions and what's coming before us.
So, Dr. Green, I think what I'm hearing is the consensus, we haven't voted, but the consensus is leaning towards option one. So I guess what I would still propose is getting feedback from the population of parents in that building just to hear
Can you
input.
hear me?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I've been trying to, I don't know where this mute button is working for me, but Board President, if I may, I definitely
Yes,
don't
ma'am.
want to leave this conversation
Go
with
ahead. Go ahead.
lifting into the conversation. So I think one of the first points that I want to mention is that we have this proposal before us as a cost savings. I share the same sentiment as Trustee Smith Thomas with being able to look at the program as a whole. I will share that my oldest son went through SRAC when the program was first starting and ended up graduating with honors. So it is a program that was created for credit recovery, but offers so much more for students. It has been a pipeline for, if you look at a number of graduates that we've had every year, and it's been at least maybe at least 10 years or what have you, to give us an increased number of graduates each and every year. I almost wish Mr. Easton was here to be able to shed some light or some information regarding the program with us this evening. But please take that example as one. Additionally, I have family with children attending SRAC currently, and I've spoken with them about some of the options that we have. Option one would definitely not be one that they would want or be in favor of. So as we seek to get, I think I was the one who requested, did we get some student input there? Because I talked to some of the students as well too, wanted to get their feedback and input. And they see the program as, I'll say, a saving grace for them. And this discussion is very sensitive. So I agree also with getting information from parents and students as this decision comes back to the table, because it has the potential of creating, some controversy amongst our community and district. And we want to try to avoid that, one, but more importantly, ensure that we're making the decision that's in the best interest of the students, and not so much looking at it from I want to say, a fiscal position, because we're not in a deficit right now. I do want to lift that into the conversation. I've heard everything that every trustee have said. I did want to share those personal experiences and some of the feedback that I've gotten from some of the parents and students thus far, and provide my input and feedback on how we progress forward.
Board President, if I may.
Yes, ma'am.
I did also want to lift to Trustee Rice's point. My grandson also went through that program. So I don't make any of these recommendations without taking into consideration how the families feel. And in regard to the structure and the deficit, I did also want to lift, per the previous conversation, we are in a structural deficit. We continue to overspend and have to go into our fund balance each year. So this was one of the cost saving measures that we were lifting for the trustees to consider, because we will continue to have to go in. To keep the program status quo cost the district approximately $2.5 million. To move to that first option would be a savings of 2.1, because we would still incur some additional costs. Again, these are all projected costs, but it is at a cost savings. And when we look at providing equity for all of our students. Ultimately, the decision and guidance from the board, we will provide that direction. We will get any information that you need. But when we look at a group of students that are in the top 10 in the state, then we look at a group of students who can be in the top 10 in the state if we put the proper supports in place. I wholeheartedly believe that Southfield A&T can and will be put in the top 10. And then we have another program that really could be, if provided, a combination of things. As we continue to spread out our resources, they become very thin. And we have a building that's already in the top 10 who is, they're desperately in need of some additional repairs, infrastructure wise. How do we balance the scales with providing that fiscal support to all groups of students? So I don't expect a response. I just wanted to lift that for consideration as we move forward with what Southfield will become.
So that all of what you all just said is very helpful for me. But as people who benefited from their families in SRAC, what input are you all recommending? Because that's ultimately what I'm looking for. Or what are the recommendations of those stakeholders who've touched and felt the benefit of the building or the institution? I shouldn't say the buildings, because it's the people. So if option one isn't one that you're proposing or supporting as your number one, Trustee Rice, where would you lean toward?
I would lean towards option 3. And I'll share or give some additional commentary there. It gives opportunities for the student. So if the day program works, great. If the evening program works, great. You have the flexibility of being able to give the students and the parents the opportunity for both. It doesn't take the program away in its totality. Essentially, what you're saying is this program is moving to a different building.
Yeah, so I guess my interpretation of that, I think all options are saying that the program's going to stay viable, if I'm understanding that correctly.
I'll give you some feedback from option 1 perspective.
Okay.
And this is just speaking from a student that attends there.
Okay.
Well, no, I don't want to go to school in the evening. You know, what would I do all in the day, in the morning time? You know, I don't work. Will it get me into a routine that, you know, I don't have to do anything in the AM period time frame? Just a general conversation about, you know, going to school in the evening only, or only having the opportunity of having the evening program. That would be just some quick immediate feedback from a student or two that currently attends SRAC today.
Okay.
So, Trustee Rice, to your point, Board President, if I might, this is what I was meaning in terms of program versus school. So, if I'm a student at Southfield A&T, then, but I have credits to recover. I do them in the evening. I think the challenge is for us, we're looking at it as a school because that's how it's come about. That's what it's morphed into. You don't go to Southfield A&T, or you go to Southfield A&T and then something and somehow, some way you end up going to SRAC. So then the practice of how students become affiliated with the SRAC program have to then change. I think the conversation is so much bigger than just the cost savings. And that's where I struggle in that, and why I've lifted the points that I've lifted.
Do we share electives
I agree.
today? Do we share electives today?
We do not.
No,
They
some of those
So
students that
provided,
get,
they're provided an opportunity to engage in extracurricular activities. Those are all shared. And we do have some teaching staff that are split, whereby the teachers are in one building for a portion of the day and go to another building for another portion of the day. But actually sharing, whereby the students are in the same class at the same time, the answer would be no.
yes. I think also what I wanted to lift into the conversation is that some of those students, as they get the credit, they matriculate back or have the option of matriculating back to, I'll use this word loosely, the general population, back to the regular program as well. You have a percentage of students that go through that as well too.
so just making sure that I want to say, listening to make sure I'm following what you're saying, Trustee Rice. You're leaning towards option 2 then, based on the way you described it.
You mean with the current day today, if I need to get credit for a class, I go and get credit for that class. My GPA is on par with the requirement. I can go back from SRAC to Southfield High School based on that requirement, if I've met that requirement today.
Well, actually, I was using your example. The example that you had used was that, what am I going to do during the day? I don't want to go to school in the evening. Options 1 and 2, I'm sorry, 1 and 3 would be evening courses.
I thought
Option 2
option
would
3
be
was
during the
both.
day. Option 3,
Option
I
one,
think 3 is. Oh, I'm sorry, Dr. Gray.
just for clarification, option 1 is evening. Option 2 is day only. Option 3 is day and evening. So
Okay.
yes. But I did also want to lift, in listening to the conversation, there's a lot of misinformation in the community. If a student falls behind a class or a credit, we offer Saturday school for credit recovery. We offer summer school for credit recovery. For a student to be identified to go to Southfield Regional, they have to be significantly credit deficient. Again, I will state, and this is one of the things that I'm adamant on, putting systems in place to identify students who are in desperate need of support early, and providing those supports for our students will reduce the number of students who fall into that category. And I'm so passionate about this because, as I shared, my grandson went to the program. And I truly believe that at some point we failed him. And this was prior to me coming to the district, but we failed in identifying his needs early enough for them to be addressed. And I'm an educator. His grandfather is an educator, but the system did not work. So if it didn't work for the grandchild of 2 high-level educators, how many other children have slipped through the cracks without being identified for those additional supports? I want to support each and every child that we have in the district, but we have to do a better job of early identification and providing those supports.
Yeah, I agree. I don't disagree with that at all. Dr. Gray.
All right. So one thing that I didn't see, like I've seen in other reports, what is the recommendation of administration?
Well, we wanted to provide you with options. We're trying to get better with that, giving you several scenarios and give the governing body an opportunity to weigh in before we move forward. From a cost savings lens, option 1 would be the preference. From us having to address the needs of our students early and often, it would be 1. But I want to make sure that all 82 of the students are working throughout the program. So we can make all 3 work. However, we do want to lift that it will continue the structural deficit if we continue down this path. So
Here's me making it more difficult. So I see many more options than the 3 here. Where I have challenged personally, if it were up to me solely, is the whole shared elective thing. My concern is risk mitigation. I think we would get a lot more people bringing concern by that shared elective approach. Even though it's the right thing to do, there's other reasons why some students are at SRAC. And now we're introducing them to other students, and potentially there could be other issue. So that's where I'm leaning back towards. We need to get feedback from that population over at SRAC, but we almost need input from the population of students and parents at A&T, especially if we're talking about option 3 being a day and evening scenario.
I agree. I was just going to say, I agree with your statement, but that goes back to the board defining the purpose. Because if anyone on this call, trustees and superintendent included, were asked to take quantum physics right now, we would fail. It doesn't mean that we are an issue. It just means that we did not have the proper supports to pass quantum physics. So if there are students who fall into that category, I don't want to label our children. I don't want to give them a stigma
I agree.
as they
I
move
agree.
forward. They didn't pass a class.
I agree, and the SRAC doesn't just have one type of student.
Correct.
And you know,
So I think where I was going a couple minutes ago was, I think that we got some consensus to allow the administration to go through the budget cycle, and I think that I heard consensus, not a decision, but consensus to explore option 1, that we can adjust the budget, but we also need to have a couple of other discussions, maybe a power hour, to get input so that we can make sure that we aren't just making a decision without hearing from those directly impacted by this decision. Trustees, correct me if you want to do something different.
Board President, it sounds to me like there is a need to understand the purpose of SRAC, right? At its core. What is it here for? I think that some of us have a different perspective and idea of what SRAC is. I think we'll make a better informed decision, understanding holistically what the purpose of it is. So I like the idea of a study session to get more information. Maybe that'll give time to reach out to students, to parents, to administrators in the building and or staff, so that we can get all of that information. Because right now, I feel like I'm getting a crash course from Trustee Wright. Seriously, I really do. I
I'm
feel
with you.
like
Me
I'm
too.
getting this
Me too.
crash course on what SRAC is, what it means to families, what it means to students, and I feel like we could potentially be more efficient in a more study session type atmosphere, or your power hour. You know,
or combine them even.
for sure. I just think there's a need to get more information. I feel ignorant on the purpose of SRAC in this meeting. And now I'm in a whole nother space, and I would not be able to make a decision on that tonight.
I agree with that. Everything you said.
So, Board President, having heard all the trustees and taking that into account, administration would just ask that if at a bare minimum, we would take option 0 off the table. That would be the zero-sum game, and leaving it as is present day. So we are no longer considering that. That would help us tremendously in building out budget assumptions, whereby we could have the one tied to bare bones, one tied to standard, and one tied to enhanced as we look at
Why don't we do this? Why don't we do this, Dr. Green? Instead of us basing the assumption off of option 1, we base the assumption right now off of option 3, which gives us the least amount of impact to, or am I saying that backwards again?
No, you're right.
If we do option 3, the only thing we can do is potentially have more savings. At least that gives your team an opportunity to continue updating the budget but we know that we have to make a decision. And by putting in the best case scenario as far as the most money that we save, that would cause the most work in us or adjusting the budget. Because we know we have to amend the budget at some point, but if we use the option $3 as the baseline for now, we can continue on with our budget process as we're working out, getting our understanding of what SRAC is, what we want it to be, and then that will drive a decision.
Okay.
Trustees, you cool with that? Or do I need to explain? Well, it makes sense in my head, and
That makes sense. I do have a question as it relates to the state. How do we, if this were the case, how do we move SRAC from a program to a school to have a school code? Is that something that the state allows? Is
So
there a process?
I did get clarification, Trustee Smith Thomas. They do have a separate school code for testing, but under the ability to distribute a diploma is what differentiates them from that of being a program versus a separate school entity. They're not a diploma bearing school, which is why the diplomas come from Southfield A&T. Again, all of this predates all of us on this call as it morphed from Arthur Ashe many years ago to that of Southfield Regional, et cetera. Dwayne Eason is now on the call. He just sent me a text. So if we want to lift him up and ask him any questions, I know it's 10:30, but the conversation thus far has been value added as we move forward. What's the pleasure of the board? Do you want to move him up?
I mean, I'm cool with it. It's up.
Yeah, I'm fine with that also.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Ms. Norris?
I do not see him.
Okay, Mr. Eason.
Can you hear me?
He must be. Now we can.
Yeah, I'm on Monica's phone. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
And thank you guys for allowing me to speak on behalf of Southfield Regional. One of the things that I did want to lift is after having conversations with the A&T counselors, there is a possibility that they may be sending 100 plus students because of the pandemic and the number of classes that kids will need to recover. That 82 number could morph into close to 200 students. So I did want to make sure that you guys do understand that. As far as the options, and I do understand what everyone is saying as far as keeping the kids separate. I wanted to look at option 3 and just speak about the need for the electives. One thing that I do know that my kids need, and that's they need to have options as far as what elective classes they can take. But I also feel that our students should, our teachers, our elective teachers should be a part of the program. And that way, if there are kids that may need to stay in that separate area, so if we just have a wing of Southfield A&T, they would still have an option to just take our elective classes. And then some of the other students that need the other electives, they could go into Southfield A&T's portion of elective classes, if that makes sense.
That makes sense. Thank you, Mr. Eason, for being on. So what's happening is, in my mind, I'm still seeing 2 schools.
Mm-hmm.
I'm still seeing 2 schools. I'm not seeing a program. And I know, and that's why I asked the question of how do we make SRAC into a school if in fact that is a need within our district. I also appreciate the comments mentioned about we don't want to have our kids feeling, giving them a stigma. And I think just from my lens and conversations and the perception, I believe that a perception that persists within our community is that when you go to SRAC, under normal circumstances, I do understand there are some students who have other factors that lead them to SRAC. But normally it's to separate you, as it has already been stated, from the general population. And I think that within itself kind of stigmatizes you. And I'm imagining what happens in a building when you are confined to one wing of that building and told, stay over there. I wouldn't want to be a student in the building in that way, simply because I had challenges, whatever they may have been, social, emotional, academics, family factors, whatever the case. So I'm just wondering, because we understand the needs of our community, to me, it's no different than taking our Head Start program and reserving spots for early Head Start, right? Because we identified that there's a need that persists even younger than the normal age 3. If at the high school level there's a need that is there, which we have identified, and we know that there is a need, how do we accommodate that need in a positive manner to where it's not this red flag on you, that, oh, you go to SRAC? Because I do agree, in my time on the board and the reports that have come before me and the things I've heard, when students do become a part of SRAC and the program, it has, it's helped tremendously. However, the practice that we have used over time to move students from Southfield A&T into SRAC has become one that initially I, as a student, wouldn't want to walk that path. So how do we change that? What's the shift where students feel that they have more options, families feel they have more options, and they feel they have what is the best fit for them initially from the onset, going from 8th grade right into high school versus going into Southfield A&T and then eventually going to SRAC. So that's where I'm still struggling, and that's my reasoning behind not wanting to see this program reserved to a wing of a building. I just feel that it will cause more challenges than intended. And that would be my concern about that.
So if I could address that, with the students that I did talk to, and I talked to several students, and what they enjoy about being in the building that we're in now is that it's a small space. Quite a few of them said that, one of the issues was that A&T was just too big for them, and they found themselves getting lost and just staying lost. Coming to Southfield Regional, they found that they were not just a student in the building, they were a part of a family. And that's what we are when we have that small setting. And so if we were to leave our building and go over to Southfield A&T and have a wing of the building, we would still have that, we'd still be able to continue that family atmosphere. The multiple students said the same thing. I just don't want to be in that large school. But if we can keep our same teachers, and if we can continue to get the support that we're getting from the teachers that we have here now, they definitely they will be okay with the move. Students are always given the option of going back to Southfield A&T. It just so happens that when they first come to Southfield Regional, because of the perception, and it's something that we've been trying to work on for years, but because of the perception, they think it's one thing, but then once they get there, they find that, no, it's really the best thing for them. And that's why we find that a lot of the kids are actually, they would rather stay with us and stay in the program than return to Southfield A&T. And we do try to push them to go back, but they would rather just stay with us. Another
Mr.
thing, go ahead.
Board President, if I may.
Yes, ma'am.
So what I'm hearing you say, Mr. Eason, is the children at Southfield Regional, for the most part, enjoy being part of Southfield Regional and they feel like a family.
Yes.
How many of your children have gone back to Southfield High or university for that matter and left the program?
Yeah, we typically have somewhere between 3 to 5 students that would like to return, and those are seniors that would return. Depending on when the kids come and the number of credit hours they have to make up, the option for them to return is not available to them until they become a senior. So we have to make sure that they're not going back to Southfield A&T and still needing to recover credits.
So, and that's about 3 or 5 students in their senior year per year. Okay.
Yes, and there are more that could return. It's just I've learned that I can't push them. If they don't want to go back, I don't push them to go back, because I've had issues where I've tried to push kids to go back, and then they
rebel.
Yeah, they have sabotaged themselves so that they would not go back. So I have to leave that as an option for them to make that return.
Through the chair, if I may.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Eason, have you seen the 3 recommendations?
I have seen 3 recommendations.
If you had to make a decision, which one would you choose?
Well, actually, there are 4 recommendations.
Okay.
Because the first recommendation, which was option 0, was to stay in the building. So that's an option that I would enjoy. However, I understand the fiscal responsibility that we have to maintain. And I like the third option, to make sure that we do have a separate wing of Southfield A&T, because then that could kind of get rid of some of that perception, because we are still a part of Southfield A&T. And to still be able to offer the credit recovery at night would be perfect. But the question about offering credit recovery at night is, would there be transportation for the kids? With us staying in a trimester setting, that gives the kids an option of being able to make up 6 classes in the year. And so that's about a lot.
So just out of curiosity, where would that wing be? We talking the old house?
We're thinking old house.
Okay.
And the other thing I think you guys also have to keep in mind, that although you guys do send some kids to our program, it's not a lot that you are sending to them. It's not a lot that you are sending to them that have behavior issues. Most of our students are students that truly just need the credit recovery.
So I'm going down into the weeds. So if we were to use old house, is it just a floor in old house, or the entire old house building would be utilized for this effort?
Well, that
Currently,
would depend on if it's 82 students or 182 students.
Right. Okay.
And just hearing that information is troubling to me, knowing as a certified teacher sitting here today, because I still maintain my certification, I'm troubled with the lack of a system to assist our students before they get to that point. I will reiterate that until I draw my last breath. We have to provide supports early and often.
So is that an issue with counseling?
It's multiple layers, of which we will share some of those plans for remedying that on during our study session on the 22nd.
Okay.
And so if I may, with the 100+ students, the reason for that number is because of the pandemic and the fact that it's hard to reach students that are at home I mean, and we are trying everything, even with home visits, to get them to get online. But a lot of them are just not, they're not coming into the classroom, and they're not responding. So we're trying everything. There is the summer school program with Graduation Alliance that's going to help maybe mitigate that number, and it may be a smaller number because the students will be able to take as many classes as they can during the summer session. So it may be a smaller number, but then again, it may be a larger number because students will still have that same issue of accessing the internet to get online to take the classes they need.
So, Mr. Eason, if I could just stop you there, because there are multiple plans being developed in alignment with the governor's blueprint on how we address the COVID slide, the COVID credit deficiency, the COVID, whatever people want to call it, at the varying levels. So I think that the conversations are separate and apart from the systemic issue regarding our structural deficit and the true identity of what Southfield Regional should be, so that we as a district can ensure our trustees that we are living up to their expectation. Because right now, if you were to ask all 7 of them offline, I think we would get a different definition based on the number of years they've been in the district and based on the continuous evolution of what the program has experienced over the last 10 years.
Correct.
Okay, so I think we have to stay tuned for next steps on this one. Monthly financial report. Thank you, Mr. Eason.
Thank you for having me on.
Thank you, sir. So, Board President, in the interest of time and for our audience that have been with us this entire evening, all trustees have the financial reports, and it is included in the packet. I'll ask if there are any questions at this time and not go line by line, if that's okay with the board.
I think they're good. I don't hear anybody saying, oh, wait a minute. Bill disbursement report, same thing?
Oh, wait a minute. No.
Oh, see, always one.
Same thing with the bill disbursement report. If there are no questions, we ask that you accept as printed.
Okay. If you wish to address the board regarding a school-related issue that has not yet been resolved by school administration, please raise your hand. Comments are limited to 3 minutes per individual. As a matter of fairness, speakers with complaints against individuals are asked not to mention any persons by name. Complaints concerning employees pursuant to Board Policy 9130 should be brought to the attention of school principals or other administrators before coming to the Board of Education. Your cooperation is appreciated. Now, I do have one disclaimer. Mr. Rather, I'm giving him a little bit of extra time. So he's going over 3 minutes potentially to share some information. And I told him I would allow him to do such. So, Mr. Rather.
Thank you. I had to switch devices, so I just want to make sure can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, so I'll keep it brief, but as I mentioned before in the other meeting, I wanted to take the opportunity, and something I want to do more routinely, or some designee, is just to sit down and kind of take some bragging rights, so to speak, on SEA and what we've been able to do this year in the face of a pandemic and teaching under conditions that we've never seen before. Again, besides the obvious things of dealing with new curriculum, new teaching environment, new technology, and that. So again, I'll try to be as quick as I can, but also still clear. As I mentioned before, University High now has 4 pre-AP national faculty teachers. These teachers will train others nationally in the pre-AP curriculum. 3 of those teachers became members during the pandemic. We've had multiple drive-by promotions with many buildings, including Stevenson and MacArthur. Levy started during the pandemic 4 robotics teams during this time, with all funded through grants. The Southfield A&T Student Council supported families over Christmas, all again maintaining social distancing and such. Vandenberg celebrated the greatness, had their celebration of greatness where they honored retirees and grandparents, as well as establishing a virtual wax museum and a bike ride and helmet giveaway in partnership with Southfield Public Safety. The Southfield A&T BPA has a national finalist for 2021 in the small business startup team, and had 5 others place at regionals, as well as their advisor, Ms. Dunn, received her 15-year service award and a grant from the Michigan Marketing Educators. Bernie's Girl Talk middle school mentoring program continued in the face of obviously all the restrictions with great success. Southfield Education Association continued its 50-year plus partnership with Southfield Goodfellows to provide for families in need during the holidays. We raised $3,000 for gifts for children who otherwise in the community who would not have a full holiday season. Southfield A&T's Girls Who Code will continue during the pandemic, and Ms. Denham has received a scholarship to cover training on her time to provide an Intro to Computer Science course for students next year. Jennifer Montgomery and her team of 7 early intervention service providers still were able to successfully evaluate and service over 78 Southfield families this year. At Vandenberg, Ms. Macom and Ms. Lamb collaborated to provide their 3rd grade students a poetry slam jam, as well as a virtual DIA field trip working together. Ms. Oden at Bernie K8 partnered with Michigan State and their virtual resources to bring Michigan history experts into the class, to teach nutrition through Tollgate Farm, and completed STEAM projects. The students completed STEAM projects acting as a scientist through that partnership. Science teachers at Southfield A&T rewrote curriculum to modify for online school, and science teachers across the district adapted to the pandemic by integrating hands-on science lab experiments with materials they could find around the house for their students. Ms. Steen's Women of Tomorrow continued all that they do, all that great work they do at Southfield A&T, and they had 2 of their members awarded scholarships to Michigan State University. Fine arts can't be held down at Levy, as Mr. Smith, Ms. Walker, and Ms. Wynn have a virtual fine arts celebration tomorrow at 6 p.m. for those who can make it. Staff at A&T are raising funds through staff donations to enhance the SAT prom experience for the class of 2021. Adler won Future Leader Ready Readers competition for 5th grade girls. This is all staff initiated and run on their own time. Ms. Hubble's book club, Project Lit, ran a seminar encouraging and supporting student reading. Most currently, they were reading Dear Martin. We have 4, this may have happened before, but not in my memory. We have 4 full IB diploma candidates to complete the core work this year. Stevenson ranked number 1 with the literacy footprints usage with their students, as well as held a monthly leadership cafe to encourage parent engagement, and worked with the United Way and Channel 7 to sponsor If You Give a Child a Book program. And they also held a socially distant field day, full week of it, in fact. Ms. Herman in the Fine Arts Department, you guys obviously may have known of some of these things, but again, I want to put it in the record. Very proud of what I asked for this from staff today, and it just poured in. Ms. Herman in the Fine Arts Department rallied all of Southfield A&T to create a beautiful space and memorial to a beloved teacher. This also led to the cleanup of the Vietnam Memorial space at the main entrance in preparation of Memorial Day. I honestly didn't even know where that was, and even that it existed. It was overgrown like crazy. I had to ask where that was even at, but now it's perfectly visible. And just today, and this one honestly got to me, just today, a parent reached out to thank one of our speech pathologists for the work that helped, for the work they gave in helping their barely verbal 3-year-old say their first complete sentence, saying, we wouldn't be here without the help of the speech pathologist. So again, just wanted to, I know it's late, but I wanted to stay on and, be able to share, just a small sampling of all the things that have happened and what, those good things that are happening that you may or may not know about, and the work that the educators in the district are doing.
Well, thank you, Mr. Rather, for sharing that. Would you mind sending that list over as well?
The board president, with one correction to his list, and I'm sure this is one he won't mind. correcting. There are 7 students having completed all of the requirements for the IB. 2 students will receive the full diploma, but this is the first time ever. So I just wanted to make sure that everyone knew that we have 7, not just 4.
That's good news.
And yes, I'll send it over. I just gotta type it up. So, but you'll get it.
Just take a picture of it. You don't gotta do all that
Oh,
typing stuff.
you don't know my handwriting.
Oh, okay.
I'll happily type it up. Like I said, I'll happily type it up.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Yep.
Ms. Slate.
Good evening, everybody. I just thank you, Dave, for that. That was great to hear some good news for a change. I just had a couple of questions in regards to the ESSER funds. I know that it was said an application had to be put in for it, and they had to tell the state exactly what the money was being used for. I was wondering if that plan or outline of the plan could possibly be shared with the community to see, where those dollars exactly, not necessarily exactly because, things can change, but just like an outline of what the plan could be for those funds. And also, I noticed that K-5 schools were getting the upgrades, but what about the K-5 students that are in the K-8 buildings? Because, as they will also not be vaccinated, possibly to the end of the year. So what is going to be done with the staff and students in K-8 buildings with regards to the upgrades? I wanted to ask if the board had an opportunity to read some of the feedback on the thought share. I don't know if it's a survey or questionnaire that the staff had was asked to figure to provide feedback with regards to social emotional learning as well. And I was wondering, it's like over 500 comments that I actually read, just with teachers and staff, just staff members throughout the district. I was wondering if the board had a chance, or administration had a chance to actually look through those, because as I looked through those, I noticed that it was a common theme. And most of the comments were in one of 4 categories: compensation, respect, support, communication and transparency, and training. And I was just wondering, what is the district prepared to do in terms of coming up with an action plan to address some of those? And not just, form a committee and let's discuss. I just think because some of those things, it was a common thing with many of those things, and they fit in those categories. So I was just wondering, is the board going to actually read those comments that were said by the staff? And 2, what's the district's action plan on addressing some of those concerns? So that's it for me.
Thank you, Mrs. Slade. We will have a response back to you. I think in short, I know I can commit for myself that I planned on reading them and go from there. But as far as the official response to your questions, we'll get that to you. Mrs. Wright.
Good evening, everyone. I've been online listening to everyone. For the vision of our district, I just want us to be really cognizant of, let us not go back down the old road of Vision 2020.
Don't stop.
That.
Don't.
No, I know, seriously, as a stakeholder and a parent that's been in the district, I'm glad to hear that there's going to be study groups and really getting the community involved and the students and parents, but not just to be listening, but to really take in consideration all the decision that's going to be made, because we wasted a lot of money back then. So I really want us to really put forth an effort, not just to listen to the community, but take in those ideas that they present to the board and to the administrator. And then secondly, with SRAC, I'm listening to everything that was said about SRAC. And I agree with Dr. Green and the people that have spoken. We don't want a stigma on the kids, because I remember back in the early 90s, my nephew got kicked out of Southfield and was told to go there, but my sister said no. And he's an aerospace engineer, and he graduated from U of M, Ann Arbor. It's like, I don't know if that's the same way that our students are being moved over to SRAC because of boys. Some boys just be boys, instead of addressing the emotional or whatever the situation, and not just moving our kids to SRAC, because our kids are smart. Maybe do something like the colleges are doing. Do a ninth grade summer program where the kids are getting and know the proper process of and to engage in high school, so they can get the butterflies and exactly what goes on in high school. Maybe that'll be something that the board can look at as well for ninth graders, letting them, see how everything is gone, the process. And then we have to work on our counselors to be involved with our students and know what's going on, what are their shortcomings, and maybe come up with a contract between the parent and the student with the school, what, they expect from the student and the parent, because everybody has to be involved to make a successful student. And I'm okay with them going back to Southfield A&T, because why should they be separated? Because at the end, they're getting a diploma that says Southfield A&T. So get them back into the community and work with them and tell them, don't be scared. You can do this. So we have to work on mentoring our children, strengthening them to be prepared for the future, because they're not going to have that option when they leave school. They're going to have to be in a big university or even a community college. So something we need to work on that. My last thing, because I have a long list, but I know my time might be running out. But can you keep the district, the parents, updated on this reading by third grade, what the legislators are doing. And now they're talking about, well, we'll identify in fourth grade. So basically, you're going to have 2 grades that's going to be affected. So can you keep us updated on that for the parents? And one more, I forgot. This machine that we bought during the pandemic, are the cleaning people going to still have access to those machines to clean the classrooms? And then that's it. I'll hold back until the next meeting. Thank you so much for listening.
Go ahead and answer your question.
No, I'm finished.
Okay. All right.
I'll wait till later.
Okay.
Thank
So,
you.
so I was only playing with you when you said Vision 20. Don't be confusing my statement with some other initiative. It's different. We want inclusion. We definitely want inclusion, input from all. So just making sure that's clear. It's not the old. It's a new day.
And Board President, not to respond to any of our public participants, just to reassure the trustees, anything that the district purchased throughout the pandemic by way of grant dollars or contributions from philanthropic organizations, all those items will remain part of the Southfield Public Schools. So they will not go with any company if the board decides to make any changes to the personnel.
Cool. Anything for the good of the order, trustees?
Board President.
Yes, ma'am.
I have some good news to share, and would like to give recognition to Dr. Green, the administration. Dave Rather mentioned AP instructors. I too would like to recognize them. My son, who's an 11th grader over at the U, had several AP exams that he needed to take. Did extremely well on those exams, as well as moved up 100 points on his SAT. So I attribute all that to effective learning going on in the midst of going to school remotely, instructors teaching remotely, working from or going to school from home. I just cannot recognize the instructors as well as the administration enough. And if anyone had any doubt about can our district thrive in the midst of this pandemic and being able to school virtually, it's my son is a true product of being able to work through that with the administration and have some success. So very much, thank you goes out to the administration and instructors on their behalf.
Board President,
Ma'am.
on the heels of Trustee Rice, I too would like to thank our administration, to thank all of our teachers that have worked so hard. We have less than a week to go as we wind down from one of a full year of unprecedented time. Southfield turned on a dime. We are now hopefully on the outskirts of COVID-19. Our district has done a wonderful job in educating our children, making sure that our children are safe, mitigating any issues that we've had, and taking everything head on. It is vital to our stakeholders, our teachers, our parents that we tell those success stories and keep a positive words about our district, because that is the best way that we can grow our district, is keeping positive words that flow out of our mouth behind the names of our students and behind our administration. Our teachers have been wonderful through it all. Please continue to stay strong. Enjoy you all's summer, and thank you for all that you've done.
Thank you. Anything else from trustees? I had two quick ones. Just wanted to commend the district on the retirement send off that was done about a week ago. We have a lot of good educators leaving the district, and I want to wish them again well in their next chapters. And then graduation. Vice President Joyce had mentioned going to a graduation this past weekend. And I sent a couple of you all a couple of different, well, maybe one or two pictures. It seems like a lot of our neighboring districts are utilizing their facilities for graduation ceremonies. And so we want to probably start looking at what's going to be the plan for next year. Potentially, I threw out an idea that maybe we should have it on the front lawn of City Hall. I mean, they have concerts and such there. Maybe if we were to get chairs and such, and have potential rain dates where we could have a graduation there, or even on our own football or athletic fields. Because I saw that West Bloomfield and as Trustee Joyce mentioned, Oak Park did something similar. I think we had to start planning now for what we do next year, because I know that administration, they're going through a lot of hoops to make this graduation work this year, and we just need to probably start planning now for next year. Just something to think about. So we'd love to hear you all's thoughts about what's the desire of the board on how they envision graduations happening going forward. And I think that Trustee Ward Duvall had her finger up for, no? I thought you had one more. Oh, okay. Any other things for the good of the order?
Yes, not to belabor the points that were already mentioned in regards to the acknowledgments to the community at large, but to the district in terms of pulling through this pandemic and pulling through this school year. I just simply want to say kudos and applaud the resilience and the efforts that were put forth. And I am trusting and looking forward to us truly taking the good, taking what works, leaving the rest, and continuing to move forward with a strong vision for our district and how we move forward and what we bring into this next phase.
Excellent, excellent. Future meetings. Tuesday, June 22nd, 2021, 5:30 p.m., the Truth and Taxation meeting, followed by at 6 p.m. the special meeting / study session. On the 29th of June, we will have the fiscal year 22 budget adoption. With that being said, Meeting adjourned at 11:07 p.m. Talk to you all soon. Stay safe.
Good evening, all.
Good night, everyone.
Good night, everyone.
Good night and thank you.